Do you think Donald Trump would win California against Obama
I think
in
so.
2028?
Obama's not going to
You
run.
think so? No, I'm saying if because say they could run for a third term, right? Obama would come back. Obama versus Trump in 2028. Do you think that Trump would win at California?
Oh,
No,
I didn't think about Obama, but
you don't think so.
I don't know. It'd be interesting. It really depends on the end of his term to
Who do you
see
think?
where
Who do
we
you think
are.
wins that one? Do you think Obama or
People got a
Trump?
short memory. People
Wait,
got
so
a short memory. They only remember a short time, and it really depends the end of his term.
my question is again: do you think, as of right now, that if there were an election right now, Obama versus Trump, who do you think would win?
Obama wouldn't have a fighting chance. Look at Kamala. Kamala came out with everybody. She all celebrities, which she was paying the celebrities. She made like they were her friends. She had them on the
Stop!
payroll.
Stop! 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 Stop!
That's a
Hold on.
joke.
I had a crowd so big, I said, there's no way I could lose California, but automatically they mark it down if you're a Republican as a loss, that you lose by 5 million votes. I said, 5 million votes? I guarantee if Jesus came down and was the vote counter, I would win California. Okay.
That's what you sound like. That's literally what you sound like, dude. That's actually what you sound like. Like genuinely, like when I heard you just say that, that's exactly what you sounded like.
Smart people don't like me.
I met his father years ago.
You said what?
I met his father years ago in '92.
You met Trump's father.
Fred, back in '92. He was friends of the construction business in New York.
Why are you telling me this?
They're good people.
Donald Trump is not a good person.
Listen, he's a person who is on a mission to get things done. Everybody knows government's very tied up. They can't get any. They're so dysfunctional. For once in a lifetime, we got somebody who's fed up with the system and has actually decided to like revamp the whole system. And I understand we can pick that apart from A to Z.
How is
You
Trump
know,
making the system better?
first of all, he's getting rid of a lot of fat. Come on, you got to admit, go to the post office. You got such dysfunctional people. Go ahead and order you want to get something, you got a package that's got to get somewhere. You call FedEx, you go to the post office overnight.
So like, there's a few things here. Trump specifically signed off on 4 trillion more debt-related spending under his first administration. His campaign plans for this next administration would do 4 trillion more comparative to Harris's campaign plans.
I don't think Harris knows how to add.
You said what?
He had
What'd you
Harris
say?
had no
Did
Harris
you say
has
you think
no
that you don't
business.
think Harris knows how to add?
That's right. She doesn't.
Can I
First of
ask you a
all, she's
question?
got no business. She's got no business smarts.
Steven, can I ask you a
She's
question?
not a business person.
Steven, can I ask you a question?
Yeah,
What is 35 plus 35?
70.
Okay. What is 25 plus 28?
Say that again, Parker.
What's 25 plus 28?
53.
Okay. Can you tell me what 12 plus 84 is?
96.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Right.
I'll keep going. I'll keep going. Can you tell me what 3 squared is?
3 what?
3 squared?
What's 3 squared? I don't know.
You don't know?
Algebra?
So apparently you can't do algebra. You can't
No.
do what, 6th grade
I,
now? You don't know how to do 3
I
squared.
make
And yet
plenty
you're
of
saying
money.
Kamala Harris doesn't know how to add. You can't do 3 squared. You actually can't do 3 squared. You didn't know that 3 squared is 9. Like, you didn't know how to do exponents. Literally, are you smarter than a 5th or 6th grader? Apparently this MAGA supporter's not, I tell you. Are you gonna come back, bro? Come on. That was diabolical. Like, I'm sorry. You cannot come on my live stream and say that I think Kamala Harris does not know how to add. And then literally not know three times three. Like, that's actually nuts. That's like kind of nuts, isn't that? He could do the addition, but damn, that was brutal. That was really bad. I can't even believe that just happened. Yo, come back in the app, man. You got to make amends for what just happened. That's what I call MAGA math, okay? Randy, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Randy. I really appreciate it. As always, thank you so much. D, thank you for the $5. Thank you. The other disgusted veteran, thank you so much for the $2.
I'm sure you
thank
got
you.
a lot more than $5.
Barbara, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much, Barbara. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Barbara in the comment section right now. They said, I'm honestly terrified right now. I feel like we're days away from martial laws. Am I wrong? Does anyone know any chance we'll avoid this? I don't know on the chances of anything. It does look like Donald Trump is trying to do stuff. Now, the courts specifically, to some degree are holding him back, but it seems like Trump is trying literally his hardest to go into areas like that the courts have set. Like they said no to Portland, and he's like now trying to go for Chicago and other places. It's really fucking scary. It's really fucking scary. Tim, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Tim. Noel, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Noel. The guy left. Ryan, thank you for the £2. Thank you. Rachel, thank you so much for the $2. Absolutely. Johan, thank you for the $2. Ryan, thank you for the £2. Thank you. Sarge, thank you for the $5. Sage, thank you for the $2. Yep. Absolutely. Sarah, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Allison, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much, Allison. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Can we some W's for Allison in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. We don't receive tax money. Yeah, I know, right? I don't know. The USPS doesn't add to our national debt. We generate all of our revenue. We don't receive any tax money. Literally, though, I don't know why people bring up the post office. I must have not caught them there to be able to say that. Gabby, thank you so much for the $2. Lauren with the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Does Biden know he was dead? I don't think Biden knows that. Because yeah, that guy apparently thinks that Biden was dead. That was crazy. Amy, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Blair, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you as well. Really appreciate it. Jamie, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. Yes, I know that's really, really fucking scary. Cal, thank you so much for the $6. Thank you. Brian with the $25. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, Brian. And Stephanie, holy shit, with $100 on Cash App. Can we some W's for Stephanie in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Stephanie. I really appreciate it. W's for Stephanie in that comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. As well as, oh my God, Jay with the $125. Jay! Can we get some W's for Jay in the comment section right now with $125? Thank you so much. We absolutely will. Thank you. Can we get some W's for Jay in the comment section right now? It's always good to see you, Jay. Always good to see you. Always good to see you. Alrighty, everyone. We're going to go into the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Johan, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Please, can you please support me?
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm
How old are
19.
you? 19. What's your birth year? Okay. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty. For some reason, it's not accepting people. Do give it a second for people to join up, everybody. Do give it a second. Let's go to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
2007,
What month?
February.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, how would you? Who would you vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay. Why is that?
Well, I feel like the thing is with the border under Biden, I was hearing a lot of problems about it, and I don't hear anything about it now.
So just because you're
Spec-
hearing about things does not mean it's necessarily a problem. Trump literally was just creating a bunch of lies about the conditions at the border in order to try and spew up a bunch of conservative talking points about how bad the conditions were. When in reality, the immigration surge that happened under the Biden-Harris administration will lead to an $8.9 trillion increase in the GDP by 2034, which specifically allows for us to continue and maintain things like Social Security and Medicare to a greater extent, comparative to under the under the Trump administration. He passed the Big Beautiful Bill, which will put us in a worse set of circumstances, specifically for Social Security and for Medicare, which will put us at insolvency around 2032, actually. According to the
So,
Congressional Budget Office, a bipartisan committee from the federal government.
yeah, I'm just trying to understand. And I've talked to my parents a lot about this. Under Biden's presidency, there was a lot of, I don't know if I can say on TikTok Live, but drugs coming across the border, a lot of weaponry that, again, are used in mass shootings. So,
What,
uh,
as it relates to this, there's a few things. In terms of DRUGS, there's no evidence that the Biden-Harris administration specifically engaged in policies specifically that would lead to that. Most DRUGS that is brought across the border specifically by U.S. citizens. Undocumented immigrants are multiple times as likely to engage in violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the United States comparative to natural-born
yep,
U.S. citizens.
I'm aware. I'm
So-
not.
So if you want to talk about the conditions, I think that it would be best specifically to address the conditions that exist in terms of the border by literally providing a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, because I think that that would specifically create the best conditions for undocumented immigrants to get them to go through the legal process, right, where they do not have to leave the country.
I understand. I feel like Trump advocates for asylum and he funds asylum more than Biden. So
What? What do you have to believe that?
I read an article about it.
What article?
I think it was the Washington Post or something.
The Washington Post definitely did not say that.
All right. I'll get back to you. I'm going to do my research, but the border under Biden was atrocious.
Okay, what about the border was atrocious?
I already explained. It was too open. There wasn't enough security down there.
What
The
did-
security
what
that
did-
was down
what
there
did
was
Biden do
corrupt,
to- what
and it
did
was
Biden do-
mistreating.
Well, then answer this question. What did Biden do to reduce the level of security at the border?
What do you mean?
What did Biden do to reduce the level of security at the border? Oh, he just left. Because I was about to say, it sounds like Trump Biden just maintained the same level of security that Trump had, and then that must have been not enough, right? So it seems like Trump didn't put enough in, right? Yo, it's about you. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. We have about an hour or so maximum left on the live, everybody, and then I'll probably get off for today, everyone. I'm about to do an hour or so on the debates, and then I'll probably get off. Alrighty. Do give it a second. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
How?
How old are you?
18,
What's your birth year?
2007,
What month?
May.
Okay, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I'll vote for Kamala.
Oh, okay. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do to an extent.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I wasn't old enough to vote, but if I could vote, see, at the time, I really thought it was
With your
Donald Trump.
information that you have right now.
See, I'm on this. I don't think I'd vote for either. I don't think I would vote.
Okay. We are just looking for people who in that context would vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do.
What's your birth year?
2004.
23, 2004? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Why?
Really? What month were you born?
March.
So March 2003, right? How old would you be?
Yeah. I would be 21 or 22.
Yeah, and how old did you say you were?
22.
So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Or you said 2004, dude. That's even more wrong. Bro, crazy. Yo, oh. So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 31.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
94.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay. Why so?
So I hear what you were saying about, the border policies and how we should make a way for people to be able to stay in the country and become a citizen that way. However, I kind of sort of agree with you, but there's some things that I feel should be in place. Like, there are definitely criminals that have come across the border, and it happened more often with Biden's administration. Can you agree with that?
So yeah, more people did come under the Biden-Harris administration. That's one, because of the backlog that existed because of COVID, the emergency that existed not because of the Biden-Harris administration, but irrespective of that. We can also point to the fact that more people came across the border because of the economic insecurity due to the pandemic, due to the inflation caused by the pandemic and supply chain issues that impacted the entire globe in terms of inflation.
Right. But what I'm saying is, through the southern border, and it wasn't just, the Hispanics coming through the southern border. It was them other countries, immigrants from other countries coming to Mexico, coming across the southern border. Therefore, it did raise the violent crime rate, because we were having violent criminals come into the country at that point.
Actually, undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crime comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens. So the violent crime raise was not due to undocumented immigrants. That would be actually due to U.S. citizens.
Okay, so I believe it was Texas that there was a young girl that was unalived in Texas by 2 illegal immigrants. Do you remember
and,
that?
And there are again multiple circumstances that we can provide to a greater extent of people getting
Mm-hmm.
killed by U.S. citizens. So again, I just told you, undocumented immigrants commit multiple times lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, and property crime comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens. We're talking about a percentage. You understand that you can't just say one example would be enough to make that type of determination, because it is the case that you
Right.
can find an example the other way around, and you can find actually more examples if you look at the data.
Okay. Now, what about the DRUGS increase, like fentanyl? That
Oh,
definitely increased.
you can't say that on the
Oh, I'm
live, and
sorry.
that was massively decreasing by the end of the Biden administration. You can't say that on the live because it will limit the push to the live. That's how TikTok works. I do have to catch up. Real quick. Some donos. We're gonna get the next person up here real quick. We have a little bit less than an hour left on the live, everybody. Again, Johan, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Randy, with the $10. Thank you, D. I appreciate the $5 again. Thank you so much. Christian, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Christian. I really appreciate it. Give me some W's for Christian in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. That's amazing. Kelly, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much, Kelly. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give me some W's for Kelly in the comment section right now. POT, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Sarah, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Amy with the $5. Thank you very much. Tracy with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And oh my fuck. Stephanie, holy fuck. Stephanie with the $500 on Cash App. Holy shit, Stephanie, what the fuck? Can we get some W's for Stephanie in the comment section right now? Holy shit, Stephanie, oh my god. Stephanie, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Is fucking crazy. Thank you so much. That is absolutely insane. Can we get some fucking W's for Stephanie in the comment section right now? Holy shit. Thank you so much, Stephanie. That is actually nuts. Thank you so much. W's for Stephanie in the comment section right now. Holy shit. Thank you so much, Stephanie. Hello? Are we good? Can everyone hear me fine? Can everyone hear me fine now? It said lagging for a second. I don't know why it did that. Can everyone hear me fine? We're good? We're good? Okay, I don't know why it lagged for a second. I apologize, everybody. I was responding to something. Someone asked me about Prop 50. Prop 50 is in California specifically, and it's for redistricting. I think you should vote yes on the redistricting because it's essentially a fight back to the conservatives in other states that are redistricting without asking their population, essentially to make them more red, to be able to try and essentially shift the country to the right without actually shifting the voter base to the right. So it's kind of like a thing to redistrict California to kind of fight back to that, which is great, because they're asking people before, and they're making a democratic vote before. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
What's your birth year?
2006.
I'm sorry. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's good?
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah,
What's your birth year?
2000.
You said you're how old? Yeah, he got it so off. So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, fuck, I'm coming.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm not old enough.
Okay. Thank you for telling me. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I really appreciate the honesty. That was actually some W honesty right there. Don't know why you sent a guest request, but W honesty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? To the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. I'm guessing that was like a accident. They didn't know. They didn't see or something. That'd make more sense. I feel like that's pretty likely to occur with how many people are in the stream. If you're on YouTube, everybody hit that thumbs up.
Everybody hit that thumbs up.
Whoa.
Yo, what's
What's up? How old are you?
22.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2003.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why so?
He makes us rich, you know, good investments. He knows what he's doing, stuff like that.
Okay, how has he made us rich?
For the right people, you just got to know like how to invest, the patterns and stuff like that.
Okay, so like if you know how to invest, then you're doing really well. But for the average American, are they doing well?
Not really, because they don't study, they don't learn stuff.
Oh, so it's just their fault that they didn't quote unquote study.
Not really, but they should learn.
So then you should say that we should support a economic model that would be more beneficial to the every average day American, right? So if you look at Kamala Harris's tax plan versus Donald Trump's tax plan, Donald Trump's tax plan is meant to harm working class people to a greater extent comparative to Kamala Harris's plan. Kamala Harris's plan wanted to keep all the tax cuts from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act for income earners under $400,000 a year, right? And she wanted to provide an increase in the child tax credit and an increase in the tax credit for like housing first-time home buyers. Whereas Donald Trump specifically wanted to do massive tax breaks, did do massive tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires while stripping 420,000 children off of...
My finger slid.
Off of free school lunch and breakfast. It's okay. On average per month, 2.5 million people off of food stamps on average per month, and over 10 million people off of their access to health insurance in the context of Medicaid, while adding $3.4 trillion to the debt.
Got you. Yes.
Do you have any response to that?
Nope.
Okay. So do you not support Trump anymore?
No, I do. I love him.
Okay, why so?
He just like he knows what he's doing.
Okay, can you name one thing that he's done that you think was good?
Fix the economy.
Oh, really? How did he fix the economy?
He's a magician. I don't know.
He's just a magician. So, what did he do?
A lot, bro.
Such
I could
as?
gather the information and come right back if you want.
Sounds great. Sounds great. Let's go on the next person here real quick, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. The screenshot. Maxley, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much for happy belated anniversary. Absolutely, to you and your girlfriend. Yes, it was great. It was great. We had a great night. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I voted for him in the last election.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why so?
There's a lot of reasons. I will say I have become increasingly critical of Trump over the last few months. I'll admit I'm pretty new to politics. I've kind of just been a normie over the last few years. But recently I've started to kind of look at policies that, since he got into office, what he's been doing. I obviously, being a Christian, I appreciate that he affirms life. I appreciate that he has made, strict kind of outlines on what gender means. So I appreciate those things. I also think His voice on the world stage has been problematic in some areas, but in other areas, I appreciate that he's kind of stepping back and kind of, laying the law down to other countries. I appreciate that. What else? Yeah, if you want to bring up a specific point of something I just said, we can talk about that.
Yeah, a few things here. In terms of the world stage laying the law down, he's violated international law in multiple ways. We could point to specifically how he extrajudicially, without due process, in international waters, literally drone striked like boats of people, right? And if you want to look at the boats, there was no evidence to indicate that they were specifically DRUG boats, and even if they were, that does not justify drone striking them and murdering the people that were on the boats. So that's
Yeah,
actually
no,
not
I
him
agree with
upholding
that.
the law. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I do agree with that. And I do want to say, I see people in the comments that are saying Trump's not Christian. I agree 100%. Any Trump person who would make the argument that Donald Trump lives a life that is like Jesus Christ, their eyes are closed. He does not live a life like Jesus Christ. So I'm not going to be a.
Then how is he upholding Christianity to a greater extent when Kamala Harris herself is Christian?
Well, I gave you a couple. I have no idea. Obviously, voting for Donald Trump, I looked into kind of his history, so I don't know the fruit of Kamala Harris's life. I haven't seen as much of, kind of haven't looked into her history as much as Donald Trump, so I won't comment on her if she's a Christian or not. But Donald Trump, I think, has made that, just because he's so loud, it's kind of obvious, the things that he says, that he doesn't live a Christian life. However, I will say, I think because he knows that Christians are such a high part of his vote, he's committed to upholding certain Christian values, and he's done a few of those things since he's been in office, so I appreciate that. Like I said at the beginning, such as, obviously I love that he brought abortion back to the states. I would be obviously in favor of abortion being completely gone, except for in a few cases. But I appreciate that abortion has gone back to the states. I think that's a huge step. I also appreciate him kind of outlining gender standards. That's huge. Obviously, we see that kind of funnel into every area of life. So
Gender standards have nothing to do with Christianity. And then in leaving abortion access up to the state, I would argue that this doesn't have to specifically do with that either. I'll give you two things. There's two different arguments I can win here.
Hold on just a second. Can we start with just one of those? You pick one of those?
Yeah, we'll start with leaving abortion up to the states. So the first point is that, do you believe in separation of church and state?
Yes. I think the waters get muddy a little bit. I think that America, if you look into the history of the world, the idea of a secular state is very new. So I think when we start to get into the separation of church and state, if we start to look at that as black and white, there have been a lot of countries in the past, and there are countries even now that are established Christianity as the national religion, but they don't force anyone to follow Christianity. I think that would be an interesting thing to consider. But yeah, did that answer your question?
Not necessarily. Like, essentially, the point that I'm arguing is that, like, do you think that every sin should be illegal?
No, not necessarily.
Okay. So you could disagree with abortion. You could think abortion is sinful, but why should it be illegal?
Say that one more time.
You could disagree with abortion. You could think that it's immoral and sinful. Why should it be illegal?
Well, I would go back to kind of the basis that our country was founded on. Obviously, our country was founded on Christian values. Again, that does not mean that I think that the people who founded our country had fruitful Christian lives, but the founding documents were written on Christian principles. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
I'm sorry. Actually, no. It was built in religious freedom, secularism, and the people. Most of the founding fathers we could point to, like, a lot of them were deists, actually. Right? They weren't Christian.
So are you arguing that Christian principles, Judeo-Christian values and principles, are not littered in our founding documents?
I do agree that a lot of people that live in the country are Christian, and that can influence a lot of the laws that exist. But that does not mean that, one, our laws should be based on Christian values, and two, it doesn't mean that it is the case that it originally was. We can look at the Constitution. It's very clear that there's a separation of church and state, that there's religious freedom, that the U.S. is a secular nation.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that, like I said, America being a secular country. I firmly, I see that written into the founding documents. The separation of church and state is something that was done on purpose. I'm totally on board with that. Your question originally about, do I believe in the separation of church and state? I don't necessarily have any problem with it, but you have to realize that my life is based on Christian values. And I believe that if you live a life that is outlined in scripture, that if you follow the laws that are given to you by God, that things will end up going well for you, whether you're a Christian or not, whether if you follow those principles.
You can think that yourself. That's a separate argument we can run and we can talk about, and I can disagree with you on whatnot, separate from the argument
Sure.
we're providing here. But that doesn't mean that the law should be based upon Christian values. You don't think that, premarital sex should be illegal, right?
No, I don't.
Okay, so then just because something is sinful doesn't mean it should be illegal.
Yeah. So does having premarital sex, is the natural result of that death? Because the natural result of abortion is death. That's why I would argue that abortion being
that's specifically you saying that one sin is different from another sin, meaning that one sin should be illegal in one scenario but not the other. That's based upon your own values, not Christianity. So when you're saying that it's upholding Christianity to a greater extent, that's actually not true. You're saying it upholds your own personal views about which Christian values and norms should be enforced in the law. So it's actually your own personal prescription, not a religious prescription.
So you're saying that the Bible does not show a case that life is more important than other aspects of the law. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying the Bible, especially for any specific interpretation that you have to take, doesn't establish that you specifically need to believe that abortion should be illegal. And even in some aspects of the Bible, it says and gives conditions in which people should get abortions.
I would be interested to hear that. The reason that I say
5, it talks about how specifically if a woman who's married cheats on their partner and gets pregnant from cheating, it is the case that they should get an abortion in that context, right? Essentially induce an intentional miscarriage.
I'm not familiar with. You said Numbers 5.
Yeah.
Okay, I would have to reference that. I don't know. As far as the standards of life. Which I think you would probably disagree with me on the fact that abortion would be the taking of a life. Maybe you wouldn't, but that's just my assumption.
Cellular life.
But
I don't think that's murder, just because it's cellular life. I mean, do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
No. But does a fetus have
alive.
brain activity?
They're cellularly alive, and prior to the point of 6 weeks, there's no brain waves at all.
So if
prior
you
to the
leave,
point of 20 weeks, there's no subjective experience. So the brain waves required to create a subjective experience.
Yeah. So if you leave a child in the womb, will it end up getting better? Will it end up getting worse? If you leave a person that's on life support there, will they end up getting better? Will they end up getting worse? Do you equate those things as
what do you mean
as
by
perfect
better
equals?
or worse? I thought you were just granting value based upon the idea of them being cellularly speaking alive. But now it's not just based upon them being cellularly speaking alive, because brain dead individuals are cellularly speaking alive. So it's not just about life. It's not just about life. What is it about?
Oh, I'm sorry, Parker. I got lost a little bit on how we got there.
You said it was just about life. That's what you said.
I said that. I'm sorry. I got lost a little bit here.
Yeah. You said that the value you were upholding is just based upon human life. That was the argument you were providing. And you were essentially saying that every Christian has to view that, because there's human cellular life, that it's murder to engage in getting access to an abortion. That's what you were arguing. But I was arguing that you don't believe that yourself already, because you don't think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead. So there are some connotations that you would consider it murder and others that you don't. If there's medical death at the point of the end of a sentient life or subjective experience, why wouldn't the beginning of medical life also be at the beginning of subjective experience?
Well, it's now that I'm glad you said that, and I appreciate you kind of bringing that point back around. Like I said, I'm not used to doing this kind of thing. The politics debates are new for me. So I appreciate you being patient with me. But the idea that pulling the plug on somebody in your family that's or just anyone that is on life support, I don't know. I've been really wrestling with this question of life from the point of Scripture, and I see a lot of places where it's really kind of laid out by God that it's never our prerogative to take a human life.
Okay, then you think
So
it's
I don't know
murder
if
to
that
pull
would.
the plug. And I don't think
I
you
don't
believe
know.
that. So it's what
I
do
don't.
we
I
mean by
don't
life in
know.
this context? What we mean could be the medical definition of life, that it's based upon the subjective experiences, past or present and future subjective experience. If that condition is not met, then it is the case that you wouldn't consider it meeting the context of medical life.
Say that again for me one more time.
Medical life begins at the point of sentience, right? Because it is the case that it ends at brain death. And that's the
Medical
prescription
life
that you
begins
already
at the
have
point of
yourself.
sentience.
That's so conception is the point of cellular life beginning, but medical life begins at sentience at 20 weeks, 20 through 24 weeks. Prior to that
So
point, there's
cellular.
no subjective experience.
So from my current, so again, I appreciate you taking it slow with me. This is new. All of this is new to me. So you're saying that from my point of view, what I've laid out so far, that life begins, cellular life has begun, and you would argue that abortion is not an issue that we need to take with cellular life, but it's an issue that we need to take with sentient life. Is that correct?
I'm saying that it's not abortion, especially in the context of the first trimester, is not murder, even though it's taking away cellular life, because the connotation that we care about in terms of personhood and the connotation of life that we care about is medical life, not cellular life. Right? Because otherwise you would consider it murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead. So again, medical life is what you care about, and it's completely consistent with the Christian worldview to specifically care about medical life. Right? You don't have to care about cellular life to be a Christian.
Sure. No, I don't believe that you have to hold to all of these things that we were talking about are secondary issues. Obviously, I think that to be a Christian, there's a very specific set of things you have to believe in. The rest are thank the Lord, up to interpretation. But I specifically, I'll grant you the idea on the pulling the plug scenario and that kind of metaphor that helps me balance out the abortion argument. I really don't know. I really don't know what my stance would be on the pulling the plug question. We were just having a conversation, me and a couple of my friends the other day, about capital punishment, kind of along the same argument of, do we think from a Christian worldview that we should be able to, or we should support, taking somebody's life if they've taken somebody else's life. And I see so much throughout Scripture, right? Like, earlier in the New Testament, it talks about if you take someone else's life, then man shall take your life, right? And so it's kind of built back in that way. But then I see so many other scriptures that are kind of backwards. And going back to the idea of cellular life versus sentient life, I'm trying to think from my worldview if I see a difference in those two things. And obviously I would have to reason through that. But it's a good point that you bring up. That's never a difference that I've reasoned through. So I'll definitely go back and look into kind of the medical definition of life versus the sentient, or the sentient medical definition of life versus cellular life, and I'll reason through that. But that's a good argument. I appreciate you bringing that up.
For sure. Is there any other reason why you support Donald Trump? Because I don't think that, especially if you base it on Christian values, that it's going to lean more towards Trump, especially not only because of his character, but we can also point towards his economic policy, that it shifts the burden of taxation from those that are higher income to those that are lower income. And I definitely don't think that's more in accordance with the Christian worldview. I think you'd want to, build up compassion, empathy, taking care of others, and the big beautiful bill, cutting 420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every month, 2.5 million people off of their food stamps on average every month, and over 10 million people off their health insurance while adding $3.4 trillion to the debt, definitely is something that wouldn't be more in alignment with, benefiting your community, right, and trying to take care of others and loving thy neighbor.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And one of the reasons, I just want to kind of make this clear, one of the reasons I wanted to jump on here is I don't like the idea of kind of segregating myself with just people that agree with me. Like these kind of conversations that with people. I mean, like you just brought up a completely new way for me to look at the definition of life, right? And I never would have heard that if I hadn't have jumped in this conversation. And like I said at the beginning, when I first jumped on here, the last few months have been a lot of me learning, more about the economic policies and, obviously the mass amounts of executive orders that Trump dropped at the very beginning. And economically, I was listening to somebody debate earlier that Trump's made the economy so much better, and there's absolutely, I don't find at least any evidence for that. You're right. I see the evidence. Obviously, we'll have to wait and see how everything plays out. But the way that the laws are built in the Big Beautiful Bill, it seems like, the rich are kind of getting another little tick in their checkbox, and so I don't love that. So it's definitely, I'm definitely not one of the Trump voters who, I'm sure there's 5,000 people in here who would probably be understanding to this. I'm not one of the Trump voters you probably hear from often that will just defend everything Donald Trump does. He's not had a passing grade, I wouldn't say, yet as president. And so that's definitely something that I will be thinking about. Obviously, I hope everybody has grace for me that I got a kid and I'm newly married. And so the politics has recently become, it's been revealed to me how important that I know what's going on and that I, kind of vote with my head and my heart at the same time. And so I'm trying to get to a point where I know what's going on and I actually pay attention this cycle so I know how to vote next way around. But yeah, I definitely, there are things about Trump's actions so far that I appreciate and I have some hope for. I don't like listening to him very much because he's just an old guy and he rambles on all the time, and he's obviously not a Christian. Again, I just want to make that really, really clear. If you're somebody that's in here and you're spouting off that Trump is some Christian, like just like someone that we should be emulating, like you aren't thinking and you aren't listening. Like, it is very easy. We will know them by their fruit. Scripture makes it very, very clear. So please, if you're not using your brain and you're spouting off Trump, just save your language. Please quit it. But if you see in his policies things that are matching up to Christian values, which I do in some ways, that's a whole nother question. But am I just rambling at this point? I think I am.
Well, no, I appreciate you coming up on the live stream, and I always hope that you can, think about these things and, I can keep changing your mind. I appreciate you coming up and doing that. That's great.
Yeah, if there's another point that you want to talk about, that's cool. If you want to let somebody jump on, that's fine too.
All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much.
Yeah, have a good one.
Appreciate you. Let's go on to the next person here real quick, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Hit some taps on the screen. Let's try to get to 500,000 likes real quick. We're almost there. Mel, thank you so much for the Galaxy. Thank you. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody, for the 3,000 people in the YouTube stream. Try to hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. I would really, really, really appreciate it. I would really appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty. Let's go on to the next person. Cedric, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Kirsten, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Thank you so much. Chelsea, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $18. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Elida, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Good to see you as always. Thank you so much, Elida. Good to see you. Livy, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Livy. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yudi, thank you so much. Really appreciate the under control. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's get on the next person real quick, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Nessa, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much, Nessa. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Well, I'm glad, Nessa, that we can provide some community here. I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm so sorry to hear that. We get some W's for Nessa, W's for Libby, W's for Elida in the comment section right now. W's for all of them. Willie as well. Thank you for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Willie. Can we get some W's for Willie in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That's so kind of you. So kind of you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who'd you rather vote for?
I would definitely say Donald Trump.
Okay, for sure. Otto, thank you so much for the $10. And Satter, thank you so much. I really appreciate the 5 membership subscriptions. Thank you so much. So why do you support Donald Trump?
I mean, a variety of different areas, really. His border security, his dedication to put America first.
Okay. Can you name a policy of his that he influenced to get passed that is America first?
In what aspect?
In any aspect. And is it also you can mute the TV behind you? Oh, they left, by the way. Okay. All right. I guess they couldn't answer the question. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. If you like this type of content, make sure to follow me if you have not already, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2006.
I don't know. They're laughing. I'm going to go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some TikTok or some debates, some TikTok debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up, man?
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Okay, so first of all, I want to ask you why you support Kamala Harris.
First, could you answer my question? If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who'd you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay. Okay. Why so?
Okay, first of all, I hope that you don't make fun of my English.
Oh, of course.
My English, yeah, okay, thank you. Well, first of all, I support Donald Trump because he is anti-woke.
Okay. What? Could you tell me what you think woke is, and then we could see what you're against.
Wait, hold on, baby. Hold on, close the door. Close the door. I'm sorry?
Could you tell me what you think it means to be woke? Because I want to know kind of like what you're
Okay, it
against when you
means
say that you're anti-woke.
okay. I'm sorry. Okay, so I have 4 kids. I'm Mexican. And you know that the Kamala Harris and Biden, they were pushing the woke stuff like you can be gay, you can be transgender, it's okay. You can be whatever you want. And kids were killing themselves because of that. So don't you think that that's evil?
Actually saying that it's okay to be gay and trans actually reduces the likelihood of people being harmed. You understand that saying that it's bad to be gay and trans and stigmatizing being gay and trans actually leads to more children being in situations where they would engage in self-unaliving. So we don't want that to happen. Obviously, we'd want to create a culture where it's more accepting, and we understand that bullying leads to self-unaliving, and that's a bad thing. So if we want to be anti-bullying, we have to say that it's okay to be gay and trans, and that's really important. And it also should be important to you to like care about people.
So it's
who are
okay
gay
to
and
be
trans.
confused?
Wait. Being gay and trans does not mean you're confused. I think actually
It is, man.
How does it mean you're confused?
Because you're fucking 12 years old. You don't know what you are. You just have to find out.
So you're saying everyone is confused as a 12-year-old, not just children who are trans,
Yes.
or children
Yes,
who are trans, or children who are gay.
12-year-olds are confused. They don't know what they are.
Okay,
So they just need
so
help.
then what
They
does
don't
what?
need to be pushed
Okay,
agendas.
okay. So if so, then what does us having to say that it's okay to be gay and okay to be trans have to do with specifically whether or not kids under your view are confused?
I'm sorry.
What does saying it's okay to be gay and or gay and okay to be trans have to do with children
Okay.
being
So
confused at 12 years old?
how are you gonna tell that 12 years old that it's okay to be gay? How? If
How
they are
you
not
say
mature
that?
enough.
You say that. I'm confused how that's a complicated conversation when they're 12 years old. I think that you can understand that concept that it's okay to be gay.
It's okay to be gay.
Yeah,
That's your agenda.
absolutely.
Okay. Even if they're gonna cut your generals at 12 years old,
What?
that's okay.
I'm sorry. Do you know that being gay and being trans are different? And also, no one's getting that type of surgery when they're a child. I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't know what I'm talking about. You know that there's doctors cutting generals to kids. You don't know
What?
that?
How old? How old?
Underage.
You think that underage children are specifically getting surgery?
Okay,
No,
okay,
that's
okay.
I
Let's
don't.
go
That's
to
not.
another topic. Why do you support Biden?
Okay, well, I support Joe Biden over Donald Trump because he was a better candidate comparative to Donald Trump. Donald Trump is significantly worse. We can point to Joe Biden's policy, and actually, the last candidate was Kamala Harris. But we can talk about Joe Biden for a second. He passed the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan, policies that are meant to benefit working class and middle class Americans.
So you don't think that Joe Biden was sleeping most of the time?
What's up?
He was sleeping most of the time.
No, Biden was
He
not
was just
asleep.
not present.
Biden was not
He
sleeping
was not
most of the time.
present. Okay, so he was not present. I didn't see a lot of reporting on him. He was just sleeping.
Biden was not sleeping all the time. Actually, Donald Trump is the one that has fell asleep. We can also point to the fact that Donald Trump, like literally just rambles incoherently all the time. He says things that are anti-science and factually have been factually disproven, which are ridiculous to say. Like he said that windmills were causing whales to die in numbers never seen before, which is obviously ridiculous.
All right, man. I got you. Thank you.
Okay. So why do you like Donald Trump?
Me specifically?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you. Okay, I like Donald Trump. I'm Mexican. I already told you that because I have 4 kids. I have 4 girls. They go into school every day. I don't want them to be brainwashed into becoming transgender or lesbians or whatever. I just want to be normal
I'm
kids.
sorry.
I want them to be normal kids.
You can't brainwash kids into being trans and gay. That's just not how it works.
Okay, so why would you bring that into schools?
Well, I'm sorry. Can you explain? Because we want more acceptance of people who are gay and trans. Because our society right now stigmatizes people who are gay and trans. Now,
Listen.
wait. I have a
Okay,
question. I have a question. When you were a kid, do you think that you could have been brainwashed to be trans or gay?
Yes.
Really? How?
Yes. If they pushing that into me every day, every single day, yes.
I'm sorry. So if they just said that being gay or being trans was okay, you think that that would have made you gay or trans?
I mean, probably yes. Yes.
Well, I just want to let you know, I think that it's okay to be gay and trans, and I'm also not gay and trans. So could you explain to me how that could be the case under your view?
Okay, listen. If you want to be gay, if you want to be kissing girls, if you are a girl, you want to be kissing girls.
Anything?
I'm actually
sorry.
kind of lost.
I'm sorry. Listen, if you want to be gay, it's okay to be gay behind doors. Don't be kissing.
Wait, no. It's okay. It's okay to be gay, right? In public as well, right? Being gay is just who you are. It's okay to be straight in public. It's okay to be gay in public. There's nothing different about them in terms of that context. Do you think it's okay to watch this? Do you think it's okay to be straight in public?
Yes.
Okay. Why is it okay to do that in front of children? Why is it okay to push being straight on children?
Okay. How many straight people you see making out in front of kids?
It's all over the media. Have you seen TV shows and movies? It's all over the
No, no, no,
media
no,
all the
no.
time.
If
You
you
see people walking
if
in
you walking
public.
in
You
the
see them
beach,
kissing on the street. Like straight people
no,
kiss everywhere, all the time.
no. If you walk, take
I'm
a
one of
walk in
them.
the beach. If you take a walk in the beach, you're just gonna see
When I go to
nobody
the
making
mall,
out,
when I
bro.
go to the mall, I see straight people kissing all the time, including myself. Right, like kissing my girlfriend. Like literally, like when I'm out in public. Like I'm sorry, bro. Like genuinely, if you think it's not wrong for people who are straight, why is it wrong for people who are gay? That's ridiculous.
Because that's fucking that's a sin.
What do you mean it's a scene? What about the scene is different?
Okay, where in the Bible say that it's okay to be kissing
Wait, I'm
another
I'm
man?
sorry. Why do we have to judge this based upon the Bible? And where in the Bible does it say
Because
it's
are you a
wait,
Christian?
where in the
Are
Bible
you a
does it say
Christian?
it's wait, I have a question. Where in the Bible does it say it's wrong for two women to kiss?
Okay, so are you a Christian?
No, I'm not a Christian.
Where are you?
I'm an atheist. I'm an agnostic atheist. He got removed through community guidelines. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. It didn't even tell me what he got banned for. He just was gone. I mean, agnostic atheist just means I don't know what the explanation is for like what caused like the Big Bang or what came prior to the Big Bang. And then atheist just means I just don't believe it's a god. That's all it means. So when I say agnostic atheist, it's not like a contradictory. Some people think it's like contradictory, but in the way that I'm using it, it's not contradictory. You what's up, how old are you?
What's up, man? I'm 32.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Yudi, thank you so much. I really appreciate the Viking hammer. Thank you. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I think I'd vote for Donald Trump.
You would vote for Donald Trump? Why so?
Well, I don't really know. Like, I've been watching you. I've been watching a lot of other people, and just politics in general is crazy. I don't support everything Donald Trump does. I don't support everything Biden did, but I don't know. I'm indecisive.
Okay, so what about Donald Trump is less crazy than Kamala Harris?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think that if we were to talk about the word crazy, I think that would be applicable to Donald Trump, and it would not be applicable to Kamala Harris. Donald Trump has said that the climate is going to start cooling, and science just doesn't know it yet. He said that windmills were causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. He talked about possibly using disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19, and he talked about using nuclear weapons to fight hurricanes. He also said that if California or if California had an honest vote counter, if Jesus came down as the vote counter for California, that he would have won in California. I can play all of these clips if you'd like, by the way.
Man. No, I don't know. I don't really know what to say. I think politics is crazy right now.
And so why to vote for the guy that makes it crazy? Why support the guy that's making it crazier?
I don't know. Do you think Kamala Harris would have been able to run the country good?
I think everything would be better off right now if Kamala Harris were president. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to argue with you or anything. I don't know. I just wanted to see what your opinion was, just in general, of politics right now with everything going on. Like,
well, think about it this way: Trump literally incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol like 4 years ago, and then he just recently, about 9 months ago, pardoned the violent rioters that beat police officers, and he called them patriots. Right? So, I mean, that's like a literal I know you've probably heard this from a million liberals, but that's an actual threat to our democracy, and it cannot be overstated enough. that the reason why politics is so crazy is because the guy in office right now literally is causing it to be more divisive. He's causing more hate, and he's causing division amongst our population, and he's causing it to be crazier. So if you don't want it to be crazy, don't vote for this ideology, this MAGA ideology. Vote against it.
I feel you. All right, man. I appreciate you letting me on.
Appreciate you coming up.
Have a good one, man.
You as well. You as well. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everybody, we are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. It will help get it out to more people. It will help get it out to more people. If you like the morning stream separate and also having a later stream, let me know also by liking the stream. I would really appreciate that. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Again, we are just looking for some debates. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 26.
Do you support Donald Trump?
No, I don't. Sorry, but I want to.
I'm sorry, I am just looking for some debates. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody.
Hello.
Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do.
What's your birth year?
2007.
Yudi, thank you so much for the Chasing the Dream. Thank you so much. And if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
I think. No, I'm just kidding. I love you, Parker. Free Palestine. Free Palestine.
Absolutely, free Palestine. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why so?
100% Trump. Because you said Christian. Are you Christian?
No, I'm not Christian.
Okay, fuck off.
What's wrong with me not being Christian? Okay. Okay. All right. You know, Jesus said that in the Bible. Jesus said, whenever you encounter an atheist, say, fuck off. That's exactly what Jesus commanded you to do in the Bible. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, brother?
How old are you?
I'm 27.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who'd you rather vote for?
I would vote for Trump, but I do got a quick question.
Okay, what's up?
So it's completely different from what you're talking about, actually.
Okay, wait. Could you keep it on topic? Why do you support Donald Trump?
It's sort of like on topic, but like you got to debate Charlie Kirk, and I wanted to see what kind
I'd
of
rather
person
talk
he
about
was.
topic. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Okay. Yeah, I do.
Okay, why so?
I feel like his morals stood for America than how Kamala did, because it was more of, we're just going to figure it out as it comes and everything like that. We got these big plans, but the thing is, we don't know how we're going to support said plans at the end of the day.
What was Trump's healthcare plan?
I honestly don't remember, to be honest with you.
He said concepts of a plan for 9 years. So he didn't really have plans. He didn't know how to support his plans. So if we want to talk about plans, he was the one who didn't know how to support his. And if you want to talk about morals, he's the one who very clearly lacked morals. I mean, he cheated on every single one of his wives. He was held liable for sexual abuse. He bragged about walking to the changing rooms of naked women while they were changing without their consent. On Howard Stern's podcast, and an 18-year-old came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms where Donald Trump would barge in. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He specifically said yeah to Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass. He said he had sex in common with his daughter when she said real estate and golf. And he said he'd be dating his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter. He also called her voluptuous, which means curvy and sexually attractive.
But the thing is, he was actually never convicted of SA. Was it Jean Carroll couldn't put the time, the date, or anything like that, but all she could say was he was there at the end of the day. I mean, if you were sexually assaulted, you would remember the time of the day, what day it was, everything like that. And Jean Carroll couldn't remember absolutely any of that. So I don't think that's fully believable at the end of the day. And he also did not cheat on every one of his wives or anything like that. I'm not saying that he's this amazing man or anything like that. The man's not innocent, just like everybody else. Nobody is innocent. We have all done things we're not proud of. But the thing is, it's something that we can reflect on as his character and everything like that. But the thing is, back to what I was saying, I would still support him. What's up?
Can I respond real quick?
Of course.
So many people who are assaulted don't specifically remember the exact time, right? And a lot of things specifically that happened, because it is the case that trauma represses memories. So specifically not remembering like the exact month, time of the day, and specifically is not something that is uncommon for great victims. It's actually very common for great victims as a trauma response to not remember certain things like that. And if we want to talk about E. Jean Carroll, she said 1995, 1996, which is in the context of a year time period, that is giving a set of time. And then also, you also didn't address any of the evidence brought up in the case. There were plenty of other things we could bring up. Trump lied, said that he never met her. There was pictures of them together. He said that he wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type. But then in a deposition, mistook her with his ex-wife, thinking it was Marla Maples when it wasn't, when it was E. Jean Carroll. So clearly indicating that she was quote unquote his type, so he would have sexually abused her either way. And it's also a disgusting thing for him to say that, saying he wouldn't sexually abuse someone who's quote unquote not his type, but apparently would so if they were his type. That's like actually nuts. And then he absolutely did cheat on every single one of his wives. I mean, this is very well documented. Everyone knows about this, and it's very clear. Especially we can point to specifically with Stormy Daniels, where she literally talked about it under oath.
Well, are we going to talk about the Stormy Daniels hush money that they try to say, where it was all like 32, what is it, 32 counts of felony
34.
supposedly?
34.
Okay, 34. My apologies. It was 34, but the thing is, we got to look at it of what system where the judges are district in. It was a Democratic jury at the end of the day. And the thing is, if you actually look into like the court cases and everything like that, the thing is, a lot of them, they were just cooked up charges and everything like that because didn't have anything on Trump at the end of the day, so they had to cook something up because they wanted to get him out of the race, just like they tried to do it in Colorado or New Mexico, and then they tried to suppress Donald Trump on Twitter, or if you want to call it X, whatever you want to call it, by suspending his account. I had to shut him up and everything like that. But
because he tried to incite a violent insurrection at the Capitol. And then you say,
No,
oh, it was
no,
just a
no.
Democratic jury. None of these juries were just solely Democratic. His lawyers were actually a part of the process of determining who was on the jury. So why did they pick an entire Democratic jury? That wouldn't make any sense. Also, if you look at the proportions of New York, right, it is the case that it wouldn't make sense to say that every single one was Democratic. One, because not everyone is involved in politics, and two, because of a percentage of people in New York are Republican and independent. So we would obviously clearly see at least a few of them that would have been either independent, Republican, or apolitical, which would have been clear enough evidence because it was a unanimous decision in the context of a jury that even people who are not Democratic said that specifically about him. So he was absolutely guilty. For you to act like he wasn't guilty is ridiculous. If it was just specifically a thing that they could place on them, like they did specifically with quote unquote Russia, 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 well then how come they didn't have any charges stick in that context, but they did have charges stick in this context? Well, it's because he specifically had wrongdoing, and the other one was just an investigation. Literally, he just doesn't want investigations into him. He doesn't want people to call him out for his bad behavior, and whenever he does, he just says it's the other side politically going after him. Literally, even if he's guilty. In the context of a court system, a criminal court system indicated his guilt in terms of the felonies case, and then literally a civil court in terms of a jury unanimously determined that he sexually abused E. Jean Carroll. So again, we can point to the countless court systems that have indicated his guilt that he can't acknowledge, and seemingly you can't acknowledge either.
Okay. But the thing is, let's go back to where you said January 6th was an insurrection. Insurrection means that there was weapons used. There was no weapons that were said used there. Honestly, if we look at the
The riot
surveillance,
shield that they used to break into the door. There was police officers beaten with rods. DJ Rodriguez had a stun gun and drove it into the neck of a police officer. There were absolutely weapons on that day. Donald Trump pardoned the violence on that day that they committed. People beat police officers like DJ Rodriguez, drove a stun gun into the neck of a police officer, and literally was pardoned by Donald Trump and called a patriot.
there was no weapons that were used. Actually, if you look at the surveillance,
There were no
cameras
weapons that
or
were used. I just
surveillance
gave
videos-
examples. I literally just gave examples.
Parker, the thing is, are you always the trusted source on absolutely everything?
Me?
At
No,
the end of the day,
these were determined to be in the context of the court case. The jury made a determination on this. They convicted them. This is from the court
they
system. It's not
convicted.
just me. There's video of this happening too.
I mean, if you watch
did the
this,
injuries come out of nowhere? Did the cops injure themselves?
I'm not saying the cops injured themselves.
So where did the
No,
injuries come from?
Not by. What's that?
Where did the injuries come from?
See, I actually haven't seen anything where they said that there was cops who were injured or anything like that.
Really?
Because
So maybe
what
you
I've
need to do
seen,
more research into this because this was a whole thing. Even Mike Pence talked about this. Mike Pence condemned this. He acknowledged that this happened, that they pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers, and he said that was bad. Even Mike fucking
Okay.
Pence said it. Even Mike Pence. Literally.
okay, but the thing is, if you watch the surveillance videos of like the protests and everything like that, you can actually see that they just walked through the halls.
No,
And-
there's actually a video of them breaking in with a riot shield. You can literally watch the. I can't show you on the live because my live stream will get taken down. But there's literally video of them breaking in with a riot shield. I'm serious. You can watch it. You can see them breaking the windows and breaking in.
But the thing is, I'm still going to say it was a peaceful protest at the end of the day.
What's up?
Regardless of what you want to say, from what I've seen, it was nothing but peaceful. I mean, compared to what the left has done, I mean,
It
it's
was
just like,
nothing but peaceful. No one got hurt on that day. You
I
think
mean,
no
we
one
can
got
just-
hurt on January 6th? You think January 6th was totally and 100% peaceful?
let me ask you this, Parker.
No, was it 100%
Is-
peaceful?
Yes, but let me ask you this.
Yes. I just gave
Okay.
you an example. I literally told you DJ Rodriguez drove a stun gun into the neck of a police officer, literally, right, and was pardoned. I'm sorry, you have to acknowledge this. You think that okay, so again, the police officer just faked the injuries? Is that your view?
I'm not, Parker, I have not seen anything like that. But let me ask you this.
How? It's been like 4 years, dude. How the
Can I
hell
ask you a quick
you
question?
didn't look into this? I'm sorry, that's very pressing information. To look into the fact that, yeah, he literally incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol and you support him? And by the way, some of these people that we're talking about, not only were they convicted of it, they admitted to it themselves. And they were caught on video doing it. I'm sorry. If
Can
you
I ask
can't
you a quick
believe
question?
with video, admission, and conviction that they're guilty, what could I give you in terms of evidence that you would believe?
Can I ask you a quick question, Parker?
Go ahead.
Would you say the left is, or your party, is peaceful?
I would say it's more peaceful than the right.
Are you sure? What about Charlie Kirk?
I'm not saying every single political ideology is
Oh,
100%
but the
and
thing-
totally peaceful. And by the way, in terms of the situation, they determined nihilist violent extremists. That was their determination. They said
But
it wasn't like a leftist or like a super liberal, politically involved person. But that
But the
was their
thing is,
determination. But if you want to,
it's still the left. It's
What?
still the left. That the left has blood
nah.
on their hands.
And also, wait, do you say the right has blood on their heads in terms of Melissa Hortman and her family getting literally murdered by
Melissa-
right-wing MAGA extremists? Do you
Melissa
think the right has
Hortman.
blood on their hands? What about Paul Pelosi getting beaten with a hammer by a right-wing MAGA extremist?
No.
He left. He actually just left. Wow. It's all the left. It's all the left. I give explicit examples of multiple different circumstances where it happened on the right, and he literally runs away. He literally runs away. Look at that, right? I don't know why. I'm serious. Why is the right doing this? Why are they doing this to themselves? They're running with this argument that the left is more violent, and it's the most incoherent piece of gibberish ever. If you look at FBI statistics, they indicate that right-wing domestic terrorism is significantly higher. There are significantly more examples that you can provide of the right wing going after the left wing, specifically in literally attacking them, right? And especially using violence. Appreciate this, Starlight. Thank you. There's also the pardoning Donald Trump, literally pardoning violent rioters who beat police officers on January 6th. There's right-wingers that are going after the right-wingers, like Donald Trump, in terms of the assassination attempt. I mean, it's obviously more likely going to exist on the right if you look at the actual data and you critically think. But the right-wingers that are perpetuating this, even some influencers are saying this because they genuinely think that the Republican base is so stupid that they'll believe it. Like, I actually can't come up with any other explanation. I'm trying to be as charitable as I possibly can. I can't think of anything else. They genuinely think that the Republican base is stupid enough to believe it. Like, are you serious? Like, it's the worst argument I've ever seen. It's blatantly false. It's blatantly false. By the way, everyone, if you like my content here, make sure to follow me if you have not already. Subscribe if you haven't on YouTube. I think I'm going to do one more conversation, and then I'm going to get off for today, everybody. One more conversation, and then we're going to get off for today. Make sure to like the stream on YouTube if you haven't already. Follow me if you have not already as well. Let me say thank you to people and get caught up. Mallory, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It's crazy that they thought that. Absolutely insane. Thank you so much, Mallory. Chelsea, thank you so much for the $5. Absolutely, as always. Ariana, thank you so much for the $5. Madeline, thank you so much. I really appreciate the Madeline. Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Maybe I would. Maybe I would. Kelly, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I'm so sorry to hear that. Yeah, he was absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Nessa, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. Again, I really appreciate it. I think I said that. I saw that earlier. Let me catch up on YouTube as well. And then we're going to go into the last conversation for the day, everyone. Again, make sure to like the stream on YouTube if you have not already. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let me say thank you, H. Thank you so much for the $10 in midnight. Thank you for the $10. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let me make sure I'm fully caught up real quick. Stephanie, oh my God. With another fucking $200. Stephanie, holy shit. Thank you so fucking much. That is crazy. Stephanie, holy shit. Thank you for the fucking $200. Oh my God. That is fucking nuts. Stephanie, holy shit. Can we get some fucking W's for Stephanie in the comment section right now? Holy fuck. What is going on today? What is going on today? Steph, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Melody as well. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Stephanie. Thank you. Like, that's actually insane. That's actually insane. We're going to try and get one more debate up here for tonight. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. I think we currently have, what, 1,500 likes? Try to get to 2,000 before we ended, everyone, on YouTube. And also, make sure to subscribe to me on YouTube if you haven't already. I post a bunch of videos there. I'm actually starting to send out there a lot more. Dara, thank you so much for pushing the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Dara. I really appreciate it. Give me some W's for Dara in the comment section right now. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Let's go on to the next person here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen.
I'm Devin.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 24.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, who'd you rather vote for?
I'd still vote for Donald Trump.
Okay. Why so?
Well, so I'd eventually like to get into kind of the January 6th conversation that you were just into. But aside from that, immigration was a big voting issue for me, the economy, safety, and national security.
Okay. And then, okay, we got a few things. Okay. Can you name an economic policy of Donald Trump's that you like, that he influenced?
Well, I liked what my pocketbook looked like the 4 years under Donald Trump compared to what it looked like 4 years under Joe Biden.
Okay, just the pocketbook. Couldn't that just be like also related to your own personal decisions and things in your life, things not related to the president?
No, I think if you look statistics to go to was how much it costs to own a home under 4 years of Donald Trump compared to what it costs to own a home under 4 years of Joe Biden. It cost almost, I think it was like 75 to 80 under Donald Trump to own a home, $80,000 a year. You could own a home. Under Joe Biden's economy, it was up to $125,000. So for our generation, Parker, we're the same age. Like,
Oh, there we go. Pin that. Hello, 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 everyone. How's everyone doing? How is everyone doing? There we go. That's what I was trying to do. Definitely trying to do that. Definitely trying to do that. Guys, tap the screen, share the live. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 8,000 likes, if you don't mind. We're going to go ahead and get the likes up to 8,000 likes. And we're going to get started here in just a moment. If you're a Trump supporter, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. Only looking for some debates. If you're a Trump supporter, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. All right. Let's go ahead and crank it up, shall we?
You stepped in the box, now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here, you better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in chain. One wrong word, get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Bring stats who get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit. Yeah, step in if you dare. Truth hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. I don't care what you claim or your background. Facts only, if not, get clapped down. Whether you're left or right or you don't even vote. If your logic is weak, I'll sink your boat. You talk slick, but you ain't got source. Just vibes, that ain't power, that's force. I'm the test, the trap, the trip, the call. You slip once, I'm snatching it all. Step in if you dare.
What?
Hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. Step in if you dare. You hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. This ain't a safe place.
It is not.
This a flame space.
It is definitely a flame place.
Sparring with Santana.
Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, 101 debates with Trump supporters. If you are a Trump supporter, get in the box. We are only looking for some debates, guys. We are only looking for some debates. Please only request up if you are a Trump supporter. I need to talk to Trump supporters. And the reason being, right, is because I think that we can come to an agreement. MAGA, Trump supporters, I think we can find common ground. I mean that. I think that we can find common ground because I know that you know, that we know, that everyone knows Donald Trump is no longer fit to be president. And it's not a bold statement. It's not a shocking statement. It's not a controversial statement. It's just a statement of fact. Donald Trump is not fit to be commander-in-chief. Donald Trump is not fit to lead the United States of America. Donald Trump is worse than you guys ever painted Joe Biden out to be. And MAGA, I think this is your chance. I mean it when I say that. I think this is your chance to actually be a real American. Would you say their resistance relies on being exiled by their group? They can't fathom being far left wing. Yeah. Yeah. This is the opportunity for you to be a patriot. This is the opportunity for you to stand up for the Constitution. This is the opportunity for you to right a wrong. And I'm going to give you guys my reason behind it. Because I'm not just making a statement to make a statement. I'm genuinely not. There's multiple reasons why I think that it's time for the 25th, and MAGA, I want to get you on board. I think that the government shutdown, in Donald Trump's own words, that's owned by the president. Obama was helping for the last 4 years. Oh, okay, cool. Guess what? Hey, also, listen, MAGA, you guys might not know, because this is on my backup, right? You might think things are a little bit different because we're on the backup, but I don't let Trump supporters yip yap in my chat. If you got something to say, get in the box, say it with your chest. I'm not going to argue with the chat. I don't care what you have to say from the chat. If you are bold enough to type it out, get in the box and say it with your chest. If not, keep your opinion to yourself, bud. No one wants to hear what you have to say from the chat. You literally get the floor. Trump supporters, this live is about you. This is a come to Jesus live. This is an opportunity for you to actually make things right. That's what it is. And that's what I'm giving you, the opportunity to make things right. So Trump supporters, don't talk. Don't talk from the chat. If you're friendly, tap the screen. Tap the screen, send your daily heart. It's only one coin. It'll help boost the live, push us out to the FYP. Knock out the daily gift goal, guys. It's little pink heart puffs. I'm going to keep resetting the daily gift goal until we can get pushed out to the FYP. I need everyone really locked in for me because this is the backup account. If you look up at the top and you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Go ahead and hit that follow button. Hit the follow button because this is the backup account. We're going to be on this account for the next couple of days. So make sure you hit that follow button. Knock out the heart puffs, the daily heart me, do all the wonderful things so we can continue to make sure we get pushed. With that being said, the government shutdown is owned by the president. Even Donald Trump admitted that himself. Those are not my words. Those are Trump words. But then we have to talk about a couple of different things. We have to talk about Donald Trump's failing health. See, MAGA, you guys said that Joe Biden was sleepy. And you all said that he wasn't able to perform. Donald Trump is actually sleepy, literally falling asleep in public. And at the same time, we know for a fact that he has medical issues, right? I mean, he has issues with the blood flow going through his veins. That's an actual documented issue. That's why he has the bruising on his hands. That's why he has the swelling in his ankles. That's why now when you see Donald Trump giving any speech, he's sitting down. Donald Trump now does all of his speeches, not only sitting down, but behind the desk. But we have to talk about Donald Trump's cognitive health. Now, I will make sure that I give this disclaimer. I'm not a doctor, right? I don't even play one on TikTok. But what I do know, GQ, you say stop lying. Guess what, bud? Listen, no one cares about what you're saying in the chat. Like GQ slick, get in the box. Like literally, the request is right down there. All you got to do is hit the request button, and then you get to come up and tell me what you think. But if you aren't brave enough to actually hit the request button, no one cares what you say in the chat. It's completely irrelevant. Just like completely irrelevant to hear you saying any and everything from the chat. I don't care. With that being said, we have to talk about Donald Trump's cognitive health. And again, I'm not a doctor. I have no access to his medical records. But I do know that Donald Trump is 3 years younger than Joseph Robinette Biden. Only three years younger. And I know how the presidency ages you. Oh, Rocky, that's cute. Guess what, bud? No one, listen, Rocky, I'm going to go ahead and send you a request. No one cares about you and your trolling in the chat. You're a coward. You're a coward because you won't get in the box. You're a coward because you won't get in the box. You're a coward and a gym bro. How can you be a gym bro and you're a coward? You got all those play muscles. He has muscles for fun. There we go. I knew that would get you up here, Rocky.
So you're calling me names already? You know,
Yeah, because
you're the little bitch.
You're running your mouth from the
little
chat.
bitch, boy.
Did I strike a nerve?
No, you just
when I start talking about
people
your
make
play,
me sick.
struck a nerve.
You're a lunatic, man.
Oh, why did that? Hey, question.
Why don't you
why
go
is your
work for Antifa?
male
Go out there
fragility
and
showing?
Work for Soros, dude.
Why is your male fragility showing? Why is it that as soon as your male fragility, you know, the most fragile thing on earth is the male ego. And all I had to do is make a comment about your play muscles and you immediately got up here to defend yourself.
No,
you're a B word. You're already calling me names.
You're the one calling people names. You know,
yeah, but
you're a child, man.
You're literally in my comments trolling ice baby. You think that what's happening in this country is funny? You think what ICE is doing is funny?
No, they're
okay, but no,
holding
you
up the law.
like you
There's
literally
a big mess to
trolling.
clean up.
You
that
literally
you're so
trolling
stupid.
ice baby.
You don't
while
even
Americans
fucking see it
Did
on
you
your
know?
own
Did you
damn
know that
road.
Americans are getting
Did you know there's a lot of gang members out there?
Sure,
we
but
have
did
a
you
rug
did you know
problem?
that ICE is literally
War on
pulling their
rugs?
guns
What
on
the
American
fuck is the
citizens? How do you
problem,
feel
dude?
about that?
War on rugs. What the hell's the problem,
Rocky,
dude?
you can't hear me while I'm talking if you decide to speak at the same time. That's not how a conversation works. We'll go one at a time. Is that cool?
Yeah, go ahead. Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I know. Real quick, Rocky, because you know what? I feel like we might have got off on the wrong foot. Really quick. Do you know who I am?
No.
Okay, that's fair. That's absolutely fair. I'm also on my backup, so that may be a thing as well. But Rocky, give me a second. Let me give you a proper introduction to not only who I am, but what this is. I'm going to actually give it to the entire chat. Hang tight for just a moment, and we'll get into it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main event. Let's get ready to rumble!
Y'all ready for this? Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters. If you are a Trump supporter, get in the box. If you're someone that supports Donald Timothy Trump, get in the box. I am looking for Trump supporters because I'm actually looking for an understanding. I'm looking for common ground. I'm looking for you guys to admit that Donald Trump needs to be kicked out of office with the 25th Amendment. We got Rocky up here. Rocky is a little bit sensitive, but we did decide to actually start talking about ICE. So we're going to get into it here in a moment. If you're friendly, guys, do all the wonderful things. Tap the screen, share the live. I'm going to go ahead and reset the daily gift goal to the 1 cent gift goal, and we can continue to knock those out a couple of times. It will help us push us out to the FYP and get more people in here for some debates. So do all the wonderful things, guys. This is the backup account, so I need everyone locked in for me. Also, make sure you hit that follow button. If you see follow up at the top, you're not following me. It's the backup. Hit the follow button. Rocky, I'll make a deal with you. I won't call you names anymore if you don't let your male fragility show. Deal?
What do you mean male fragility? I don't know what the
male
fuck you're talking
fragility.
About.
You seem like you have a little bit of issue with not only impulse controls but regulating your emotions.
No, because we're still at war, and the war is you people.
Oh,
See,
okay.
we won the elections, but it wasn't good enough. We still have to
no,
keep
it's
fighting.
not good enough for you guys. Listen, this is the funny thing,
nothing's
Rocky.
good enough
You guys
for y'all.
won the presidency, you won the Senate, you won the House, but all you guys do is whine and cry and complain. You guys are perpetual victims. All you do is run around because you're a bunch of snowflakes. It's weird. It's weird. I've never seen a group of more sensitive people than MAGA. You guys are you are so sensitive. All you do is whine and cry. I thought you guys were alphas. What happened to that?
Crying? I don't. You don't see me crying, boy.
You're literally whining and crying right now. You say, "Oh, you're calling me names."
You're the one doing this page. You're the one bitching about this 25th.
Listen,
bullshit.
I'm not. You know what's funny? Do you know what the 25th is?
What do you got against the
Do you know
war
what
on
the
rugs?
25th? Do you know what the 25th
The war
Amendment is?
on rugs. Why do you,
Rocky? Do you know what the
disapprove of
25th
that?
Amendment is?
I don't care. I'm talking about the
You
war
should.
on rugs.
No,
the
you
war
should, Rocky.
on
First
this
and foremost,
problem this country has.
Rocky, you're not an
And
American.
You want crime to
You're
just
not
keep
an American,
going
and
on
you're not a
every
patriot,
fucking
Rocky.
state.
Rocky.
Yes, I am, boy.
No, you're not. If you don't know what the 25th Amendment is, you don't. You don't know our Constitution? Rocky, you should be ashamed of yourself.
No.
How do you not know our Constitution?
The Constitution.
I
well,
heard.
ICE
I
is
heard him,
upholding-
chat. I
ICE
heard
is
him.
upholding
Listen,
that right now.
he's really
ICE is
sensitive.
just-
That's the only reason he said
really,
that. It's okay.
you know,
Rocky's listen. Rocky
to
has
do
big
what y'all
fifis in
doing,
his tum tum.
you're
Rocky, I'm gonna do
disrupting
this
your-
because again, listen.
You're getting away
Rocky,
of obstructing justice.
Rocky, hey, shushies, Rocky. You have to calm down. Remember, we're gonna go one at a time. One at a time. Guys, I heard what he said. It's okay. It's big fifis. No worries, guys. You know I'm not fragile. So that doesn't bother me. It bothers him, but it doesn't bother me. W's in the chat for Lee. Lee sent a $2 donation to say, LFG, get him, King. Lee, you absolutely know it. Thank you so much for that $2 donation. Also, W's in the chat for the generation of soldiers in my family. You're not allowed to tell me what is or is not patriotism. Your nationalism calls you out. Tough guy. I know that's right. W's in the chat for the other disgusted veteran. Guys, if anybody else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything is accepted, anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTubes, what up, YouTube? What up, Twitch? If you're over on the YouTubes, make sure you hit that like button. And if you like to support the live, you can do so with a super chat, and I will read that out. Rocky, let's level set on this for a second. The 25th Amendment is the ability for the vice president and a majority of his cabinet to remove the president of the United States if they see that he's no longer fit to perform his duty. Now, with that being said, I'm not saying that we need to kick all the Republicans out of office. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is Donald Trump is no longer fit to be the president of the United States of America. And while I do not like JD Vance.
How so? How so?
Yeah, sure. Multiple reasons.
He just had a big gathering with the U.S. Navy, and he's out there on stage dancing.
Did you hear what he said? Hey, what did he say about Osama bin Laden and 9/11?
Yeah, I didn't hear that.
Ooh, that's a fun one. Okay, okay, Rocky, give me a second. Let me play it. This is why I said that he has failing health, right? Give me a second, Rocky. I'm going to play this for you, and I would like to know what you think about Donald Trump and what he said, because Rocky, when I heard this is what made me say, okay,
it
maybe
doesn't matter.
No, it does.
No,
Rocky,
no,
it's really important.
Bush is the main corporate.
Rocky, just stop. Remember, one at a time, Rocky. Listen, this is Donald Trump.
Come on, man.
This is Donald Trump. I need you to hear this.
And history will never forget that it was the SEALs who stormed the compound at Osama bin Laden and put a bullet in his head. Remember that? And please remember, I wrote about Osama bin Laden exactly 1 year ago, 1 year before he blew up the World Trade Center. And I said, you got to watch Osama bin Laden. And the fake news would never let me get away with that statement unless it was true. But I said 1 year before to Pete Hegseth, I said 1 year before Wispy. In the book, I wrote, whatever the hell the title, I can't tell you. But I can tell you there's a page in there devoted to the fact that I saw somebody named Osama bin Laden, and I didn't like it, and you got to take care of him. They didn't do it. A year later, he blew up the World Trade Center, so got to take a little credit because nobody else is going to give it to me. You know the old story?
So, Rocky, Donald Trump said that he wrote a letter about Osama bin Laden a year ago. And then a year later, 9/11 happened. He said that he was warning. He said that he was warning.
No, Condoleezza Rice got warnings previous to 9/11 too.
Hey, don't skip over, Rocky. Do not skip over what I said. Don't do that. Donald Trump said that he wrote a letter about Osama bin Laden a year ago, warning them about Osama bin Laden. And he also said that he put it in the book, but he doesn't know the name of the book.
And he had nothing to do with 9/11.
Who?
Inside job, boy. Wake the fuck up.
What are you talking about? Hey,
it's inside job, man.
Listen, I know. Listen, I know the tiny man tool in your pants tends to actually take away from your brain capacity. But I need you to stop talking for a second and listen, right?
You need to do
I
your
need you to focus on me, okay?
Do your homework, boy.
Hey, pay attention, all right?
Shit.
Again, your male fragility is starting to show.
You're still believing the smoke up
fact
your
that-
ass
hey,
that the government
hey,
has blown up your ass
listen,
for 15, 24 freaking
listen,
years.
Rocky. Okay,
God.
get it, Rocky.
25
I get
fucking
it.
years
Okay,
blowing.
I'm gonna do this, Rocky. I'm gonna mute you because I can tell that I don't know if it's roid rage or whatever the case may be. Right? I don't know what's happening right now. It's definitely your fragility showing, and I'm sure you the type of guy that decides that you need to get a massive pickup truck and you need 1,000,000 pew-pews and you keep
get to
shooting
the
up
gym,
all
boy.
the roids you can take and you
Get to
run
the gym,
around
man. You been
and
to
you
the gym
pretend
lately?
that you're a real man, knowing that you're just an insignificant little child. You're a
I've been to
scared
the
little
gym lately.
child, and that's why you have the emotional regulation of a kid. Hey, stop letting your male fragility show. Stop letting your male fragility show.
Punk, I'm 20 years
Are
older
you
than
done?
you. Shut the fuck up.
You're not acting like you're acting like a kid. Hey, do I need to sit you at the kiddie table, Rocky?
No, you're
listen. Hey, Turkey Day is coming up really soon, Rocky. And if I need to save you a seat at the kids' table, I can.
Yeah, you
Are you
are
going
a
to
turkey.
continue to act like a child?
You're a turkey. That's what
Are
you
you going to act like a child or are you going to act like an adult?
No, you're acting like a child because you don't know jack shit about what this government
You're
has done
trying
the
to
past
rage bait me.
50
And
years.
you know what's funny? Not only are you letting your
Dude.
fragility show, but you're letting your racism fly as well. And guess what? Neither one of those things bother me. You can try calling me boy as much as you want, but no matter what, I am still the man.
Well, I'm in Texas.
To you.
We call boy.
Yeah, I don't care where you are. I don't care where you are. Listen, all I know is that you're insignificant. You're a weak person.
Who the fuck are you?
You're an insignificant little child. Hey, Rocky, you remember why you ended up here on the live? How did you get up here?
You voted for an alcoholic.
How did you get up here, Rocky? Answer the question. Answer the question. Why did you come up? Now you don't know how to come off mute? For those that were not here at the beginning of the live, Rocky came up. Rocky came up because I said that he had fake muscles.
You wanna
Rocky got his. I said Rocky had fake muscles, and then his feelings got hurt, and Rocky came up and said, "Why are you calling names?"
When's the last time you been to the gym? Huh?
You said, "Why are you calling names?"
You go to the gym?
Rocky, your actual inability to actually sustain and guys, not only is Rocky a weak, insignificant child.
Answer the question.
Rocky doesn't even know the Constitution.
Oh my!
So Rocky, listen, we can have this conversation, or I'm gonna continue to dog walk you on your male fragility. Which one do you want? Do you want to actually get into the debate?
You'd be on the ground.
Do you want to get into the debate, or you want me to keep telling you about how weak and insignificant you are?
I would have a leash.
I don't want to.
Keep running. I would keep running. See.
I know you are running. That's why you
would
won't
be on the
actually engage
ground
in a
because I'd
conversation.
knock your ass down.
Oh,
so dog walking
I'm so
is the
scared of you,
statement
Rocky.
in the world, man.
Rocky, so guys,
Oh,
Rocky's so
man.
tough. Rocky,
yeah.
Ooh, I'll knock you on the ground. Ooh,
Yeah, you'll be on
Rocky,
the ground
no one's
if you
scared
tried
of
to
you,
dog
bud.
walk me.
I hear you. No one's scared of you. Rocky, how
Nobody's
about you
scared of
actually
you
try to
either, boy.
engage in a conversation?
Nobody's
Listen,
scared of
Rocky,
you.
I know that you have, they
You're-
call you
you're
Rocky
a
because you have,
candy-ass
listen,
snow-
they call you Rocky because you have two rocks whizzing past each other in the head. They're not even click-clacking. It's just,
For an alcoholic.
guys, when Rocky goes out in a windstorm, all you hear is whistling. That's all you hear is whistling. Rocky, you know what? You're not bringing anything. So this is the last chance, Rocky. Do you want to actually, Rocky? Hey, shushies, be a good boy. Do you want to engage in the conversation, or are you ready to leave?
What conversation? You're talking about 9/11. Do you want to listen?
I would like for you to engage
You
what
want
I
to
said.
listen to what I have
Rocky?
learned and what I have done.
Sure,
my
I will
homework over?
listen to you. I will listen
Okay.
to you, but I just need you to understand, and I need you to respond to what I said. Donald Trump said that he wrote a letter about Osama bin Laden a year ago. When did 9/11 happen?
He wrote a letter a year ago.
That's what he said. I literally played the sound for you. That's
Why
the
would he
point
write
that
a
I've been
letter?
trying to make.
Why would he write a letter about somebody who's dead, supposedly?
That's what I'm trying to make, Rocky. That's what I'm saying. Now do you get it?
No, I thought you were talking before 9/11.
No, Rocky. Okay,
Okay.
serious stuff. I'm
All
not
right.
going to interrupt you. Just listen
All
one
right.
more time, okay? Please.
All right. Okay.
All right.
All right.
I'm going to play this one more time because again, like I
You don't
said,
have to play. I'm not going to listen.
you didn't listen the
I
first
already
time.
heard it. I already heard it. And
Then how?
if you
Okay.
wanna
Then
go,
then respond to
because,
what I
see,
said if you heard it.
Because see, the raid when Bin Laden was supposedly, when they pew-pewed him, right? This SEAL Team 6, that was fake. That never happened. Because I don't have facts on this though. I mean, Bin Laden had kidney disease. He needed.
Wait. Are you
back
giving me
then.
some type of conspiracy theory about?
It's not a conspiracy. He was sick.
Well, no, not about
Nobody knows.
kidney disease. I can't push back on that
He
because
passed
you
away
said you
before
don't know that.
2011. But we'll never know because they kept it a secret. I mean, look at the pictures and videos they showed of him.
Okay, so
when he
you're
was
saying
making
SEAL
those-
Team 7 didn't actually unalive Osama bin Laden. Is that what you're saying?
Well, they are unalive right now, aren't they? All the members of today.
But are you saying that SEAL Team 7 did not actually? No,
Are they still alive today?
I'm not exactly sure. I'd have to check, but that's a
No,
moot point.
no. Oh, gee, I wonder why. Because they were going to talk. That's why they were unalived.
Okay, so you're being a conspiracy theorist. Okay, perfect, cool, whatever. Listen, why did Donald Trump say that he wrote Osama bin Laden? He wrote a letter about Osama bin Laden last year. He said a year ago. He wrote a letter about Osama bin Laden a year ago, warning people. He said that he warned Pete Hegseth. That's what he said. Why was he writing a letter about bin Laden a year ago, warning Pete Hegseth?
Pete Hegseth about what? There's nothing to warn about bin Laden because he never.
Sure, Rocky. Stop talking, because I'm gonna play this again, and I need you to actually listen this time. No, stop talking. Stop talking. I need you to listen to it this time.
Politically correct anymore. And history will never forget that it was the SEALs who stormed the compound at Osama bin Laden and put a bullet in his head. Remember that? And please remember, I wrote about Osama bin Laden exactly 1 year ago, 1 year before he blew up the World Trade Center. And I said, you got to watch Osama bin Laden. And the fake news would never let me get away with that statement unless it was true. But I said 1 year before to Pete Hegseth, I said 1 year before Wispy. In the book, I wrote whatever the hell the title, I can't tell you. But I can tell you there's a page in there devoted to the fact that I saw somebody named Osama bin Laden.
And he got a violation. He got kicked. He got a violation. All right, guys. He didn't run. He got a violation. He got kicked. Yeah. Let's try to see what we can do. Let's see if we can get anybody up here that actually has the ability to really engage in a conversation. Guys, this is the backup. This is the backup account. Hit the follow button. Make sure you're following this account. This is the backup account. We're going to be on this account for a couple of days. W's in the chat for Alaskan Furry, who sent a $5 donation saying, you won't call them names, but I will. Won't call them names, but I will. And ever. He has no conduct when talking about our military. He's an embarrassment. He absolutely is. W's in the chat for the other disgusted veteran who sent another $5 donation said, it takes a real draft dodging B-word to talk tough about himself while hiding behind said military. This just exposed his incels, I can't say the word, as they are. W's in the chat for Felon, who sent a $5 donation saying, Rocky, $5 donation saying, Rocky hit you with the big rock. Hold on. Hit you with a big rock, smart black man, grr. I don't know what you said, but okay. W's in the chat for Turtle Island, who became a member. Say, Santana, get the foil. Listen, I don't have any foil on me right now, but I might have to. And also, W's in the chat for KD, who sent a $5 super chat to say Rocky's muscles are so fake and they're jealous of Trump's real. They're jealous of Trump's real gut. Yes. W's in the chat, guys. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted, anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTubes and you would like to support, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. If you're a Trump supporter, get in the box. If you are a Trump supporter, get in the box. You know what's funny? Like there were Trump supporters here, and I think I might have played that video one too many times because I played the video and now it seems like they've ran. I think that them hearing the sound has absolutely guaranteed that they believe that Donald Trump, it was two, and it was 6, not 7, SEAL Team 6. Yeah. But Donald Trump, they know for a fact Donald Trump is no longer able to lead this country. And that's the point. That's the point of this background. That's the point of this live. That's the point of the conversation. Mag, get in the box because I feel like we can come to common ground. Thank you, lady. I think that we can all agree that Donald Trump is no longer fit to be president. I called Rocky up because of his comments about ICE, but guys, if you don't know, ICE is attacking United States citizens. And I don't use that word lightly. Literally attacking United States citizens. I made another video and the video that I posted it on my main page, and the video talked about the parallels between Nazi Germany and what's happening now. And if anyone doesn't know your history, the Reichstag fire was an incident that was used to coalesce power under the German president, and they were coerced by Hitler to do so. And it shifted the history of the country. It shifted them from a democracy to a dictatorship. I'll talk more about that in a moment. Joe, are you a Trump supporter?
Hey, Santana. No, man. I just want to praise you, dude. I think the way you handled that guy was amazing. Your patience is just unmatched. And I'm Mexican, so I think I don't really want to waste too much of your time. But I do want to say that
that was not me. That was not me, but I appreciate you, Joe. That was not me, but I appreciate you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. Yeah, listen, we understand that most Trump supporters have an inability to actually regulate themselves. They have issues with emotional control. That doesn't bother me. But like I was saying, guys, thank you, Joe. The Reichstag fire they set a building on fire as $1 million worth of damage. And then after that, they coalesced power. The president of Germany at the time invoked Article 42, I think it was Article 42, Article 48, one of the two, and it allowed them to silence people. The freedom of press, the freedom of speech. They were able to do illegal search and seizures. And what happened was, after that, they rounded up 4,000 people, literally round them up and detained them, 4,000 people. And this happened in February. I think it was February the 27th, 1933. And then on March the 5th, they had an election, and 89% of Germany showed up for that election. And the Communist Party that was led by the Nazis at the time ended up winning the election. And from that point, they continued to torture and unalive not only their citizens, but they moved on to unaliving so many Jewish people. And I say that to say Donald Trump is talking about using the Insurrection Act. Donald Trump is being stopped when it comes to activating the military. He's literally pulling the National Guard from other states and sending them to other states because the governors won't allow him to activate the National Guards in the states that he's trying to, and then they're blocking him in the court, so he's pulling them from other states. But you also have stuff like what's going on in Chicago. If you didn't see what happened in Chicago, literally, they, in the middle of the night, ICE did a raid and stormed a building in Chicago, breaking in the doors, no warrants, no nothing, in conjunction with the FBI, handcuffed, zip-tied all the people that were in the building, taking them out, telling them, like, hey, if you have a warrant for your arrest, it doesn't matter if it has anything to do with immigration. If you have a warrant out for your arrest, you're going to jail. A bunch of innocent people, a bunch of innocent Americans, not quote unquote undocumented immigrants, and it was a bunch of black people. Let's be honest, it was a bunch of black people. They literally broke into their homes, pulled them all out, detained them for hours. They had kids in zip ties, 2-year-olds. They had 2-year-olds in zip ties at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Now let's not forget this new thing that ICE has been doing. ICE is now pulling and pointing their weapons at American citizens. American citizens that are pushing back and saying, hey, you can't take my neighbor. Hey, you can't illegally snatch people up. They're literally pulling their weapons out and pointing them at American citizens. And that's because Trump is giving them the ability to do so. Let's also not forget that Kristi Noem, the head of the Department of Homeland Security, she's lying. A couple of days ago, a woman was shot and lost her life in Chicago. And what they said was an ICE agent was surrounded by 10 cars. 10. Said the ICE agent was surrounded by 10 cars and was being attacked. And the ICE agent, fearing for his life, shot and unalived the lady. Oh, she didn't die? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Shot the lady. She didn't. I must have gotten mixing up on that. I apologize. But shot a lady. The video came out, though. The video came out. They said 10 surrounding the car. It was one lady. She had road rage. Yeah, my bad. I apologize. She didn't lose her life. She was shot. One lady, she had road rage. She was ramming the back of the ICE agent's unmarked truck. She just thought it was some random a-hole, so she was ramming the back of the truck. And the guy got out of the car and shot her. And Kristi Noem perpetuated the lie, said that this agent was surrounded by 10 vehicles, fearing for his life, and that's why he did it. This is an attack on American citizens. One more thing on ICE before I move off of it. The federal government has pressured, and again, this is on my page, on my main page as well. The federal guys, make sure you follow. This is the backup page. Hit the follow button. Make sure you follow this page. This is the backup page, but make sure you follow my main page because I post a lot of breaking news. I try to keep that up to date as much as possible, like everything that's happening. A couple of days ago, the federal government, spearheaded by Kristi Noem and Pam Bondi, pressured Apple to remove a application from the Apple App Store called Ice Block. For those who don't know, Ice Block is an application that allows people to track ICE raids in their area. It allowed them to track ICE raids in their area and actually let people know, like, hey, this is happening. And the premise for removing that app was it puts ICE agents in jeopardy and keeps them from being able to do their job. The funny thing about that is that app was just the most effective one out there, because there's multiple apps that do the same thing, but they're not as good as that one app. And so that's why they pulled it from the App Store. And I know I said that was the last thing I was going to say on the whole ICE situation, but someone did bring it up. And yes, if you haven't seen Stephen Miller comments, there's two of them. Two comments. One, Stephen Miller's trying to not only incite violence, but justify the violence. Literally, his words, he's trying to justify the violence that is occurring from the federal government to the American citizens. That's why he keeps calling American citizens terrorists. That's why he keeps calling this terrorist attacks. But he said that ICE agents should have the ability to secure the area without fear for their safety. And he made the comment that when you don't handle these type of situations, then violence gets louder than votes. That's what he said. Violence gets louder than votes. Basically trying to say that if people are violent, then the vote doesn't matter. And so he said that the federal government is basically within their rights to respond with physical force if they feel like there's violence being met with them. We've seen the protests. The antagonizers has been ICE. Did anyone else see when that person was dressed in like the frog costume and the ICE agent literally turned the frog costume around and sprayed mace in like the little air chamber? It was the air chamber on the back of the frog. The ICE agent specifically turned the frog around and sprayed mace in the air chamber, in the vent. Yes. Oh, don't forget they've been macing cops as well. ICE has been macing cops. Someone also said, did you see Stephen Miller glitch on TV? He didn't glitch. Stephen Miller didn't glitch. Stephen Miller gave up the game. Stephen Miller is the type of person, he's like one of those, like little know-it-all nerds or whatever back in high school who, as soon as he got a little bit of something, he just thought he was the sugar honey iced tea. SHIT, sugar honey iced tea. And Stephen Miller was talking, and they were talking about the way that the federal judges keep blocking Trump from being able to deploy the military. And he said something. He said President Trump has the plurality. That's what he said, plurality. And then he stopped. And everybody's like, oh, Stephen Miller's glitching. He was glitching. He stopped. He wasn't glitching. He was blinking. But he didn't mean to say that. Yeah. I'm sorry. I can't say the word. Whatever. I looked it up, though. I looked it up, and what it means is consolidated power in order to complete a task. There it is. Plenary authority, whatever. I'm sorry, I can't say it, whatever. But basically what it means is that Donald Trump has the ability to enact the task and complete the task that's in front of him. And we all know that's the premise of Project 2025, right? Like that's what they were looking to do. They were looking to consolidate all the power under the executive branch and to enact their hateful rhetoric. Plenary? I can't say it. Anyway, the point that I'm trying to make is we've seen this before. We've seen this before. And if you don't know your history, you would have never known. Now you guys are spelling it phonetically differently. Plenary. Is it plenary? 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 Whatever, chat. We're just going to say Trump pushing P. Plenary. You guys are fucking with me now. Yes, that was right. Plenary? Thank you for the apple. Anyway, we've seen this before in 1933. And if you don't know your history, you'll never know. You'll never know. That's why you have to call this stuff out. You have to call it out in real time. Donald Trump is using ICE as the Gestapo, the stormtroopers, the brown shirts. They're legally snatching up our friends and family, our neighbors. People who have been in the country for years. People that are here legally. People that are here undocumented. They're snatching everyone up. How do we stop it? I'll tell you how we stop it. I'll tell you how we stop it, because that question has come up a lot. And there is something we can do. There's literally something we can do. Yeah, the 25th is something. Let me read these off real quick. I'm sorry, I'm getting behind. W's in the chat for Alexis, who sent a $5 donation saying, not much, but I appreciate you. Alexis, thank you so fucking much. I promise you, I mean that. Like, I don't care if it's $1, $5, whatever. Like, anytime that you're willing to donate, anytime anyone's willing to donate, I don't take that for granted. You guys don't have to do that. And when you do, it means the world to me. So thank you. I mean that. W's in the chat for Morgan, who sent a $20 donation saying, Parker Raid, hope you're having a good night. Appreciate you. I appreciate you so much. Welcome in. Welcome in, Parker Raid. I'm sorry, I didn't say that earlier, but welcome in to everybody that came over from the Parker Raid on the TikToks and the YouTubes. W's in the chat for Chance, who sent a $2 super chat to say, they posted a hype video. This was a fascist theater. Yeah. Tomorrow, and if you're not following YouTube, make sure you follow it. Santana Speaks over on YouTube. I'm going to be posting a full breakdown of the 14 tenets of fascism and how Donald Trump meets all 14 tenets. If you want to equip yourself as far as understanding what's happening, follow the YouTubes and check out that video, because I'm going to post it tomorrow, and we're going to break down how, like, what fascism is, how all 14 tenets are met, and also what they're doing. And then I'm also going to post another video. I'm not going to give up what I'm going to post another video about. But if you guys have ever wanted to debate Trump supporters, I got another video that's coming for you. So W's in the chat for Glampire, who sent a $19.99 super chat to say, I seriously can't believe that people agree at Black people for working jobs and having rights than they are for the fact that their income funneled straight to their landlord. Exactly. Exactly right. You're exactly right. W's in the chat for Feisty. Hey, Feisty, who just sent, holy shit, Feisty just sent out 5 memberships. Holy fuck. W's in the chat for Feisty. Guys, that's what I'm talking about. W's in the chat for Feisty. You're fucking awesome. W's in the chat for Ellie, who sent a $5 donation saying, yo, Santana, I'm in an argument with a German guy, and he's telling me the American people have surrendered to Trump. Do you agree with him? Yes and no. The people that still support Donald Trump, even when they know that he's like He's doing all the things that's harmful. Yes, they've surrendered to Donald Trump. So I can't necessarily say no, but yes and no. And I think I keep disappearing because how I'm leaning in. Sorry, hold on. Let me see if I can do this. All right. I shouldn't disappear as much more. W's in the chat for Glampire, who sent a $9.99 super chat to say, this is not history repeating itself. This is intentional. This is intentional in its limitation entry. Listen, yes, but so a lot of people, I heard a saying that I really like. History may not repeat itself, but it often rhymes. And I completely agree with that. So anyway, guys, if anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Best way to support the live. Everything's accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Make sure you're hitting the like button. And guys, this is the backup account. Make sure you follow the backup account. Hit that follow button. We're going to be on this account for a couple more days. If you're a Trump supporter, get in the box. If you are a Trump supporter, get in the box. Get in the box. Deucifer, you said what? Reading off your master screen. Yeah, I was reading off donations. Get in the box, Deucifer. No one wants to hear you from the comments. Get in the box. So people were saying, like, what can we do to fight back? Because, like, I get that question a lot. I get that question a lot. No, I don't have the answer to how we stop it all. I'm sorry. If I could stop it all, then I would. But something that a lot of people don't understand is with authoritarian regimes, the only way that they can fully enact the hateful and harmful things that they're trying to do is through popularity. It's through popularity. They have to be popular enough that people don't push back and stop them from doing the things. That's why it's so important that we continue to put pressure on this administration. The reason why Donald Trump and this administration they've targeted two groups specifically. Well, now they've expanded it, right? But think about it. Who were the groups that they targeted? Who were the groups that they told everybody, you need to watch out for them? We know they targeted specifically undocumented immigrants. And they targeted the transgender community. Now they have started to attack Black people more as well as they've gotten power. But literally the premise that they're working off of is if you target the marginalized people, the people that, other people tend not to care about as much or not know as much, the least of, and then you vilify them, then you can do the things. For anyone that's advocating for transgender people to lose access to their Second Amendment right, you have no idea what you're doing. Donald Trump is saying that transgender people should not have access to their Second Amendment right. Hey, bud, guess who loses their Second Amendment right after transgender people? You. This dude broke, you can tell. Cool. Hey, 40 whatever, get in the box. No one cares what you're saying from the comments. Like, seriously, you're a coward. You're a coward. Get in the box. Get in the box. I'm only looking to talk to Trump supporters. If you're a Trump supporter, get in the box. I'm only looking to talk to Trump supporters. We're only looking for some debates. This is Sparring with Santana. Too much. Are you a Trump supporter? Okay, that's cool. Add anything, or do you want to just like? Is that the best that you like? You really thought like, oh, I'm gonna come up here. Like, I'm gonna be really cool. I'm gonna let you sit there and think about what you're doing. What did this person say? Dylan's want to give all the way. Yeah, sure. Kips, whatever, get in the box. You're muted. I don't care. Like, listen, Trump supporters, you guys are all like a bunch of cowards, and no one cares what you guys are saying from the chat. Like, I think that's the part that you guys are missing. Like, no one really cares what you're saying from the chat. Also, Lucifer, like, I just genuinely don't care what you have to say at all anyway. So, yeah, there's that. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter. We're only looking for some debates. 007 Dan, are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, I am.
Okay, perfect. Can I call you Dan? Is that okay?
Yep, that's fine.
Okay, Dan. Can we agree that it's time for the 25th?
What do you mean by the 25th?
25th Amendment.
I'm not sure what the 25th Amendment is. I was kind of voicing in and on the, the transgender thing.
Of course you were. Quick question before we get started. Can you turn the TV down in the background for me, please?
Oh, okay. Hang on.
I'm going to read off a couple of thank yous while you do that. W's in the chat for Mara, who sent $1.50 donation, say thank you for what you do. Mara, thank you so much. You're fucking awesome. I appreciate you. W's in the chat for Cassie, who sent a $10 donation saying October 18th, no Kings protest. Yes, listen, I'm with the protest, but we got to do more than protest. Like we got to do more. We got to vote. We got to protest. We got to boycott. We got to understand where we're spending our money. We got to do a lot. W's in the chat for Lindsay, who sent a $1 donation saying, can we talk about how Trump is considering enacting the Insurrection Act? Yep, I already said it. But again, check out the video I did this on my main page. I put out like 4 videos today, guys. And I got 3 in the chamber. And I got videos coming out on the tubes. I'm locked and loaded. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and the link here in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Best way to support the live. Everything is accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTubes and you'd like to support the live, you can do so with the super chat, and I will read that out. All right. Dan, so I piqued your interest when I mentioned transgender people. Did you hear the sentiments behind what I said when I was talking about transgender people?
Well, I guess maybe yes, maybe no. But, my thing is, it should not be a burden on the American taxpayer if you want to have a sex change. And
why are we even talking about a quote unquote sex change? Can you address what I said about transgender people?
Repeat yourself then.
Sure. See, you heard transgender people and you immediately went to what's in their pants, which, my opinion, that's weird. But the thing that I want to talk about is that the fact that Donald Trump is trying to limit transgender people's access to their Second Amendment right. And my point is, when you open that door and you allow him to limit anyone's right to their Second Amendment, then all of our Second Amendment rights are next. Address that.
What is he trying to take away from them?
Do you know what the Second Amendment is?
Enlighten me. What's the Second Amendment?
Are you American?
Oh, I'm definitely American. But no, tell me, I'm a little confused.
What state do you live in?
Iowa.
You live in Iowa and you don't know what your Second Amendment right is?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I want you to tell me.
Do you know what the Constitution is?
Yeah, I know, but I want you to explain it to me, because it sounds like you got the superior brain over me. So you should be able to.
I'm not trying to have a quote unquote superior brain. I'm just trying to have a real conversation. I mean, if you legitimately don't know what the Second Amendment right is, I mean, I can tell you, but like, I don't want to play games. I would just really prefer that you answer the question, like the actual real question.
Just explain it to me.
The right to bear arms.
Okay. Why would he want to take that away from them? I don't think there's anything saying where I can recall him wanting to take that away.
He literally said it. He literally
was
said
that?
it, and he not only that, he's been working with his team to see legally how they can actually do it.
Okay. If you think somebody is mentally unstable, should they have a right to firearms?
So I first and foremost, being transgender is not being quote unquote mentally unstable, but no, that doesn't limit your right to firearms because we don't have universal background checks and red flag laws. If you want to institute those things, right, those common sense reforms where we actually put in background checks and red flag laws and safe storage laws and all those other things, then yeah, I'm with it. Like, yes, run the checks on everybody and let everybody pass all of the background checks. But Donald Trump is trying to specifically target a group in order to open the door, and that's going to lead to everybody's Second Amendment being infringed on.
I don't think so.
Literally, it will.
I've in the past, I had to send my fingerprints into the FBI so I could buy a gun.
What does that have to do with your Second Amendment right being infringed on?
It doesn't. We have existing background checks already.
We don't have universal background checks just because
Yes,
you have
we
that
do.
in Iowa.
Yes,
No, we
we
don't.
do.
No, we don't.
I have my concealed weapon permit, so
Yes, you
I could
got
buy
your-
a gun without a background
Exactly, you
check.
got your concealed weapons, but again, that does not apply. Not every state has the same laws.
If you go to even a lot of these companies, you look at Dunham's. You go to Dunham's, they don't give a shit if I got a background check or not already done. They're still going to run it. And that's how
Sure.
I got nabbed by the FBI to turn my fingerprints in so I could buy the gun that I wanted.
Sure. Question for you. Can you go to certain states or certain places and purchase firearms from a private seller?
Yes. If here in
When
Iowa,
you purchase those firearms from private sellers, do they always do background checks?
they do not have to.
Exactly.
If you because I have a concealed weapon permit, my background.
It's not just about your concealed weapon. I'm telling you that private sellers don't always, and a lot of time don't often do background checks. Or you can be in places like I'm from South Carolina, and we have sales at the Armory where you can walk in and you can make purchase of firearms without doing a background check and just walk out from the Armory, like literally.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
the
you
point.
can do that.
And that's what I'm saying. So until there's a process where no matter how you purchase a firearm, then everyone goes through the background check. That's not universal background check means that no matter which state you're in, no matter where you're purchasing a firearm from, everyone has to go through the background check. Just like you had to do it, just like I had to do it, like everyone should have to do it.
And I would agree with that. But as you know, it doesn't matter because you can't. The law-abiding people, they follow the rules. You have the people that don't. Well, I know this guy. Hey, I got this gun. You want to buy it? Okay, here you go. That's going to happen across the United States in any state possible. I don't even give a shit what the laws are.
See, but
It's
this
gonna
is the interesting part about that, Dan. When you institute these like reforms, it doesn't affect the good people. It doesn't affect the people that are quote unquote innocent that was going to be able to get in. It doesn't affect me, Dan. It doesn't affect you. It affects the bad people that were trying to purchase those firearms. It makes it harder. I'm not saying that it's going to stop them because hell, let's be honest. If someone is trying to do something where there's a will, there's a way. But
Correct. I
it
agree
makes
with
it
that.
harder for them to be able to do it. And that's the point.
Yeah. But there's been a lot of people, which I will agree with, that have legally purchased them and went on and did bad things.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
The most fascinating correlation that I heard that I'm going to research it more to see if I can find more about it. But hey, you remember how like back in the 60s and 70s or whatever in the US that there was like an alarming rate of serial unalivers?
Serial unalivers. Yeah.
You can't say the KIL, you know what, on TikTok.
I know. I'm learning on that part. Yes.
Yeah. It's a kids app, so you got to say so. So Serial Unaliver.
Right.
Did you know that the uptick of mass shootings have directly parallel with the downtick of serial unalivers?
You know, I don't know how to answer that one there, but
No, it's not. It's not something for you to answer. I'm just saying, like it's stunningly accurate as far as how, while the United States has started to experience more mass, pew-pewings, more of those serial unalivers like the Jeffrey Dahmers and all of them, they've gone down. And so I think, and this is just my assumption. I'm, again, like, there's people are still trying to get more research and find out more about it. But I think there's a direct correlation, because those people who would used to, just go through the means of, Jeffrey Dahmering people, they have access to pew-pews now. And instead of just going to find one victim, they're just going to go get all the victims.
Yeah. But, I don't know if I can say that. I feel like I'm talking in code.
That's wild, though, right?
Yeah. But you see, my thing is, guns are not the problem.
They are the
people
problem.
Are the problem. No, they're not. Guns don't
literally,
kill people.
Literally, they're
People
the problem.
Okay,
you
so
keep saying that. Like, you guys have all these little cool sayings, right? People kill people and all this other stuff, but like, it keeps happening. It keeps happening, right? And I mean, like, hell, if you want to be specific, like, white men are the problem.
No, they're not.
Like, no, they're literally the problem. The overwhelming amount of mass shooters are white men.
Okay, and a lot of them are transgender. So if you want to go down that road.
No, it's not.
What?
How many transgender people have been involved in a mass?
If you look at
no. Hold on. Listen to me for half a second. Right. How many transgender people have been within the last 30 years?
Oh shit, that's gonna be a long list.
2.
I think it's like 6 here. It was like 6 in a row.
2. There's some actual back and forth as far as people who they think might have identified as transgender people, but there's 2 officially on the record. 2.
Okay, so now
you know who else has been on the record out of all the hundreds of mass shooters, thousands of mass shooters? If you look at the last 30 years, white men.
Oh, so there's been no blacks in there, huh? No blacks?
Again, yeah. Well, first of all, it's black people, but I'm not saying there hasn't been other. I'm not saying there hasn't been black. I'm not saying there hasn't been black people. I'm not saying that. Again, I'm not saying there hasn't been. I'm not saying that there hasn't been other races and things like that. Again, I didn't even say that there hadn't been any transgender people. What I'm saying is there's been an overwhelming amount of white men.
No, you're wrong.
That's the point.
You think about this. Now, I graduated in '84.
Wait, did you say that I'm wrong?
Yeah, you're wrong.
Okay, go look it up and prove me wrong. Wait, hold on. No. Before you go off on your graduation story, I need you to tell me specifically, what am I wrong about?
That a majority of the people, mass shootings are done by white people.
Okay, and so what are you basing your premise that I'm wrong off of? Is it the fifis and your tom-tom?
I'm going to say from my area here.
I don't care about your area. You know there's actual empirical data about this, right?
You know there's actual proof around it here. You go down to St. Louis, you go anywhere else, you go here to Fort Dodge, Iowa, you go to Des Moines, Iowa.
Wait, so
else, it's always black on black or brown on brown, however you want to say it.
White on white crime is worse.
Very rarely is it a white
on white crime is worse. White on white crime is leading America. Did you know that white men lead in all violent crimes in America today? Every single category of violent crimes, white men lead.
Not in my area, buddy.
I don't care about your area. I'm telling you, nationally, overwhelmingly, by FBI data. You know what's funny? I literally shot a video. I got a video, and the video's coming. You know what? Fuck it. Hold on. Give me a second. Give me a second, Dan. Give me a second. Dan, hold on. I'm not even talking to you. Chat. I'm going to go ahead and spill the beans. I wasn't even going to say it, but one of my videos that I'm posting tomorrow is talking about white on white crime. Yep. White on white crime is a bad thing, specifically white men. Whew. And you know what's funny? White people love talking about Table 43 and the 1530 from information from 2019. But did you know that you can actually go to pull up the FBI data that's accurate and up to date as of right now? And I look at the data for the last 5 years, and guess who's causing all the violent crime? White men.
Oh yeah, I'm sure you're right.
So I'm not talking to you right now, Dan. Hold on for a second. I'm talking to the chat. So guys, on my main page tomorrow, I will be posting a video, but we're talking about white on white crime because we got to do something about it. It is, it's bad. It's really, really bad. And not only does white on white crime occur at such a high clip, but guess where most of the white on white crime, the violent white on white crime occurs? In the homes. Howdy, partner. Literally, I have the FBI data. I will be posting that video tomorrow. Anyway, Dan, you were trying to tell me something about the fifis in your tum-tum, and you think the chat's going to believe your lying ass eyes over the FBI data. And I'm sitting here telling you about the FBI data, but you want to tell us about what you saw about the blacks or whatever. Go ahead. Go off, King. You got it.
Okay. Now here, I'm going to change it up here a little bit. Now, everybody's always afraid of the assault rifle, AR. They call it assault rifle. Is that? So how much in crime would you say in general, all long rifles, that includes shotguns, rifles, ARs, AKs, everything, how much of that is used in crimes?
I don't know. I didn't look it up. You tell me.
Well, by the FBI file, it's like 4%. Most of it's done by handguns.
Yeah, handguns are mostly used with any type of unaliving event. Yeah, I'm not pushing back on that, but the ability to actually use a military style weapon to inflict mass damage and mass carnage is preferable when it comes to these events.
No, it's not. Yeah,
It literally is.
I know my firearms. I'm a hunter. Everything else, and you know what?
Do you hunt with your AR?
I would like to, and yes, we can here in Iowa.
Stop it! You're not a hunter if you're out here thinking that you should hunt with your AR. Stop, like Dan. Do not try to piss on my head and tell me it's raining. Stop it! Either you're not a hunter or you're being disingenuous. Which one?
No, I'm a hunter. I can use my crossbow at 100 yards. With
exactly. And what would happen if you use your AR while you're hunting? What would you do? What would you do to a deer with using your AR?
Well, you call it self-control and you just put one round in it. That's it. You're done.
Stop it, Dan.
No, but you seriously.
Why would you use the AR like that then? That doesn't even make sense, Dan. Now you're not even logically being consistent.
I could use a 45-70. Is if you know what you're doing, you take the one shot, you make sure you have the kill shot. That's it. You don't sit there and go hammering on it.
Dan, stop it. Stop it. You're sitting here. So, okay, I'm not gonna say that you can't do it because again, you've already, established you got your conceals. I'm sure that you often go to the range, you train. I'm not gonna actually, whatever. But the thing that I will say is one, most people are not using ARs to hunt and they're not going for a single round shot. That doesn't logically make sense. And two, if you actually use an AR and you're not doing a quote unquote kill shot, then you're going to shred the meat. You're going to literally, unless you're out there hunting for sport and you don't care not only about the meat, but you don't care about a trophy. That's the only way that you're using it.
I care about the meat quality myself.
Then you wouldn't use that, Dan. Stop it.
Take one shot, one kill. That's it. That's my belief. I don't shoot
then why
anything.
not use something that's not an AR? You know that doesn't even make sense. Now you're being disingenuous.
No, but you realize the AR round, that's like shooting a 22 rifle. I got my 45-70 government round. It makes like an AR round look like a child's play.
Again,
I have a 50 caliber muzzleloader. It shoots 50 caliber bullets out of it.
Again, I'm not understanding your point as far as like what you're trying to make overall.
You're saying military rifles. There's plenty of civilians. I got a bullpup shotgun. Everybody looks at it and says, "Oh my God, you shouldn't have that. You shouldn't have that." But you know what? Here I got this friendly, nice wood grain shotgun, long barreled, and they both shoot the same ammunition and they can both do the same damage.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is that most people aren't, when they do these mass unaliving events, they're not taking, the shotgun and mass unaliving people. The premise that I'm making is that,
thank God for that, because if you will not talk to law enforcement, the 12 gauge shotgun is the most feared gun there is. You start pumping deer.
Hey, hold on. Quick question for you. When you talk to these parents that lose their kids at school, right? They send their kids to school and their kids never come home.
That's a sad day.
Do you think that they say, man, I'm sure glad that they didn't have a shotgun and they only had an AR?
So
what do you think they say?
That's a bad deal. I'll agree with that. That's a bad deal because there was a sick individual there.
Why is it that we keep having more sick individuals?
That was going to be one of my next questions to you, because when I went in high school, that's where I was going with that one is, we all had rifles hanging in our back windows of our pickup trucks. We had loaded guns going to school.
What does that have to do with the mass unaliving event that's occurring today?
You didn't have the problem back then. Why do we have the problem now?
Because of the uptick of assault weapons. We can take a look at the fact that there was an assault weapons ban that occurred in 94, and it went from 94 to 2004, and then after it sunset, not only during that time was the actual rate of mass unalivings completely bottomed out, but as soon as it was allowed to sunset, the amount of mass unalivings skyrocketed again. Literally, we've already instituted legislation and proven that it worked.
Okay. The Boston Marathon bombers, they used a pressure cooker for explosive.
Okay.
If somebody wants to kill you, they're going to do it.
Listen, I think you may be a little confused as far as like my stance, because I've already made the statement that like when someone wants to do something, they're going to find a way to do it. But the premise is lessening the ability to get it done. And that's even that's the point. That's the point that I'm making with like universal background checks and red flag laws and safe storage. Like all of this makes it harder for those people to be able to do what they want to do. If someone is, listen, we all know, Dan, I think we can agree that the most fragile thing on earth is the male ego, right?
I would say I'll give you a little credit on that one.
Yeah. With that being said, a lot of men don't have emotional regulation, and men, and again, this is literally why I was just talking about like the violent crime and talking about white men. This is in my video as well. But overwhelmingly, the amount of violent crime is committed by men, right? And so with the inability for men to control themselves when it comes to emotional regulation, combined with the propensity to engage in violent crime, you mix those two things together, and then you give them an ability to immediately walk in and walk out by purchasing a firearm. That's a recipe for disaster. Yes, that's literally a recipe for disaster.
If you get you get a lot of places, you get a 3-day waiting period before you can go out with that gun.
That's not true.
Yes, it
literally,
is.
you
Here's-
can go to Bass Pro Shop and walk in and purchase a firearm and walk out same day. That's not true. I've literally done it.
Shotgun or muzzleloader.
Yeah, again, I'm not just talking about that. We've already established that a lot of hand weapons are used in unalivings as well. Like we're not just talking about ARs. The point that I'm making is
they're like 90 over 96% is handguns.
okay, but again, that doesn't negate the point that I just made, Dan. Engage with what I just said. The ability, the fact when you have a group of people within the United States who not only are actively involved in the highest level of violent crime, they have a lack of emotional regulation, and that's why they engage in violent crime. They engage in substance abuse. They engage in reckless activities. Like men lead in all of those reckless activities, right? So you take those two things and then you mix in the fact that they can access a firearm just like that. That's a recipe for disaster. So instead of some places being a 3-day wait period, you make every place a 3-day wait period when those people have those emotional response, because men don't know how to regulate their emotions. They don't go to therapy. They don't talk through things. They feel like they need to bottle it all up. They try to hide it in their muscles instead of actually dealing with the fifis in their tum-tum. And then they snap. And you know what white men have a propensity to do? Dan, why do white men always unalive the dog?
What?
White men, when white men snap,
Like a dog.
when white men snap,
when
white men snap and they unalive their families, they tend to unalive the dog as well. Like that's a statistical fact as well. Why?
You're telling me the black culture doesn't do it?
No, they're not unaliving dogs.
All right, but are all black people staying with their families? Is the black man staying with his family to support his family, or is he moving on to the next hot chick?
No. So black fathers are the most active group in America as far as their no. You can't. You know why? Because I actually have data. You know what's funny?
You don't get your data.
You know what's funny? No, Dan. You know what's funny? Hold on. Give me a second, Dan. You know what's funny? Like you have just believed all the BS and you just ride with it because it makes you feel good. But then the facts smack you right in the face, and then you get upset because the facts are the facts, right?
Okay.
Like so, the actual hold on. This is why you believe that, right? Based off of a Pew Research study that was completed, black men are the most active group of any race in their kids' lives. Now, with black men, hold on. I literally just cited my source. Do you know what Pew Research is?
Fuck, it's retard university.
Oh, and there you go, slurring. All right, you're gonna go, Dan. Like why? Like literally, you know you're wrong. You knew you were wrong. You've gotten cooked on every single point, and now you couldn't face the fact that you couldn't even get your racist talking. You tried to talk about crime with the black people. You couldn't do it. You tried to talk about being, fatherless homes. You couldn't do it. You couldn't get your racism off. I wouldn't let you get your racism off. And so then you decided to slur. Fuck out of here, Dan. Dan got that ass cut so bad that he decided to slur. The fuck are we even doing? Ain't no way I whooped his ass so bad that he slurred. I saw someone say in the chat earlier that he was going to slur. I just thought he was going to try to say the N-word. W's in the chat for Ian. Ian sent a $5 donation saying you should look at the link between lead exposure and serial unalivers. You know what? That is one too. That's absolutely one as well. W's in the chat for Catarizi? I'm sorry, I can't I can't make out your full name over on the YouTubes, but thank you for all you do. Thank you for all you do. $10 super chat. I really appreciate it, guys. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and the link are in the bio. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything is accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTubes and you like to support the live, you can do so with the super chat, and I will read that out. Guys, this is the backup account. Make sure you hit the follow button. This is the account. We're going to be on this account for a couple of days. So if you're not following this, follow the account. Also, I need to reset the gift goal. I'm going to keep resetting. I've been so locked in. I haven't even reset the gift goal. Precision. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Precision. Listen, I think you and I can come to an agreement. I'm literally looking to like build bridges with Trump supporters. Are you interested in building bridges?
Absolutely.
Okay. Awesome. Hey, can we agree that Donald Trump should be subject to the 25th Amendment?
Possibly.
That's a start. Now, listen, I'll tell you why I say this, because it's not something. This is the first time that I've like openly and actively said this, right? And I'm not saying that like, even though I don't want the Republican Party in power, it's not even about the Republican Party. For me, it's specifically about Donald Trump, right?
Okay.
And I mean, we can talk about the government shutdown. We can talk about the way that ICE is actually negatively impacting all United States citizens. We can talk about the failing job numbers. We can talk about the constitutional crisis we're in, but more than anything, like the actual health issues, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the worry. And I'm not just talking about the fact that he is, the oldest president entering, a term, right?
Yeah.
And also the fact that the presidency wears on people. Like literally, every president that starts and then comes out, it ages them. And you combine that with the fact that Donald Trump has an actual health issue. He has circulation issues with his veins, right? That's why he has the bruising on his hands. That's why he has the swelling in his ankles. That's why he's doing like all of his interviews.
I mean, the man is 79 years old. I mean, and honestly, like for that, I would say that there definitely should be an age limit.
Mm-hmm.
I don't, but it's the same with Joe Biden. I would say that he definitely shouldn't have been in office too because of his age, his cognitive abilities. There's things like that, right?
I agree with that.
I think there should be an age cap if you're going to be a president for sure. Like you should definitely be a strong figure. I think Trump's first term, he was that strong figure. I don't agree with his rhetoric at all. I think he had
don't
that
like
power.
Trump, and I will never advocate for him. But like he had mojo, I guess you can call it, in his first term.
And I think we needed to mix up as a country, saying like everybody's politically correct these days. Like everybody throws that term around like it's just like free, right? You got to be politically correct. No, I think sometimes you don't need to be politically correct. I think sometimes you just need to say what's on your chest and back it up with action. And I think that's where Trump came in the first time. I think this time he just talks a bunch of bullshit. I think he still has the right idea in a lot of ways. I just don't always agree with his approach. I definitely don't agree with his rhetoric now. I think he's off-putting with a lot of his rhetoric. I've been on listening to a lot of lives, and I've been very debating if I'm going to jump in. I like the way you speak, and that's why I decided to join your live. And there was a few things that wanted to touch on with you, as far as like you were talking about the transgender community. I don't agree 100% that we should definitely take away their rights as a Second Amendment. I don't think that's right as an American. I think every human being is a human being until I'd say like humanity proves otherwise, right? Like if you're a piece of crap, you're a piece of crap. Like I mean, I think everybody
and like people
every human being can agree with that,
as far as a piece of crap. Like I hate labeling like groups. You say everybody's bad. Like stop it. You can't just say everyone's bad.
Absolutely not. I mean, I think that so to go back on that, like, taking away their Second Amendment right, absolutely not. Do I think that with the last guy, you had mentioned something about how, like, he said something about their mental disorder or something like that. I wouldn't say that necessarily they have a mental disorder, but I definitely say that maybe like I don't know how to say this without being disrespectful. Okay, I'll put it like this, right? Like you take somebody, and there's cases out there like this where people they don't feel like their foot is a part of their body, their hands a part of then they want to chop that part of their body off, right? And then they get
That's not what
labeled
transgender people are doing.
No, I know. Just hear me out real quick, please. But then we label them, or they get psychiatric evaluation. Let's just say it that way, right? They get a psychiatric evaluation. I understand transgender people do not identify with their autonomy. I get that.
It's an
And I'm not saying
incongruency in their body. Like it's a misalignment as far as the body that they were born in.
and I 100% understand that. And I'm not saying that I'm not against it and I'm not for it. I'm just like neutral. Hey, you do you, I do me. I love everybody until you give me a reason not to. Right. And that's just how I am as a person. I mean, I got people on every side of the aisle, and I just love everybody until you give me a reason not to. Anyway, so would I say, like, should we I don't know how to say it. Like, should we really look at them and judge them based on their beliefs of their body? Hell no. That to me, that's not humanity. We should judge them based on their character, their actions, and how they move forward as a people. And that's everybody, and that's not just the transgender community. But you were mentioning a lot of stuff with the with that Second Amendment that I don't necessarily agree with you, because you're saying like, oh, I agree with universal background checks. I think everybody should have background checks. I think that should be a standard across the board, because too many people can't get their hands on firearms. I am a proud gun owner. I do have AR-15s in my home. I do have shotguns, handguns, rifles, all that stuff, right? And I do believe that if you start putting not so much full regulation, but I think there should be regulations on certain types, because I mean, who's to say who can go out there and actually, they can literally make with a 3D printer at these days, or their machine shop, they could literally damn near build anything they want these days.
Did you know that Kash Patel gave an international diplomat a 3D printed handgun, which was illegal in that country?
Did not know that. I mean,
Head of the FBI. Like, what are we doing? Like, what are we doing?
So I
Anyway,
definitely agree with your stance on a lot of it, but I don't agree that, like, say AR-15s, right? AR-15s to me is just another rifle. I get, like, I live in California, so we have some of the most strictest rules and regulations when it comes to AR-15s. Like, you have your featureless AR-15s where they have to do so many things to them to make them California legal, right? And I have California legal ones because I be legal, and I don't want, but when I go out and shoot for fun or whatever, I don't want to be messed with by the cops. But I do believe it is somewhat infringing on my rights to say, like, you're over here like, oh, we shouldn't take them away from transgender community. But then you're also saying at the same breath that they should be able to take away my AR-15 right, when I'm like, well, wait a minute, why should I lose my? Well, I mean, in so many ways, you're like the assault rifle ban, right?
Yeah. What do people talk about when they talk about the AR ban?
I'm not 100% sure on that. I just know in California, the conversation always leads to taking away the assault rifle, which is actually a term given to certain rifles that's actually not a term for a rifle, right?
I think there's a misnomer, right? I think a lot of people don't necessarily understand it. And so this is what I'll say. The Democratic Party sucks at messaging. Like, they don't know how to get a proper message across. They don't know how to clearly communicate with people. Like, they don't know how to, like, say the things, right? Now, there are certain Democrats that are saying, we're going to take those weapons away. I'm not one of those.
100%.
Right? Because I am a card-toting 2A member. When most people talk about the AR ban, what they're speaking to is a ban of production, meaning that if you already have that weapon, that's your weapon. Like, no one's going to take your property away from you. You own it, it's yours. But we're not going to make and sell new ones, right? That's the point. And so if you already have it in circulation.
What would that purpose be? to do that? What would the purpose be to do that?
Honestly, it'll systematically cycle them out of rotation, right? I mean, you think about people who, because then there's a two prongs to that, right? Then this is the second part. You give them a option buyback, not a mandatory buyback, but an option buyback. So if people actually say, hey, like, I got this weapon, I don't want this weapon anymore, sure, we'll buy it from you, right? And so that two-prong approach, not only with lessening the sale of that type of weapons, because we already have more firearms in the country than we have people, like literally more firearms in the country than we have people. But it lessens the since they're not being produced, so it takes it slowly out of circulation, and it reduces the overall ability to be able to cause these mass unalivings. Like that's why I referenced the AR ban that was in place from '94 to 2004, and the massive decrease that we saw in mass unalivings. Like you similarly get that type of effect without passing legislation that requires like them to be taken away. And so that's what it is. It's the people that are responsible with it, the people that want to keep them, like, hey, keep your ARs. No one's trying to take it away, but just don't, we're not selling new ones like that. That's the point.
I don't necessarily agree with that, just because I don't feel like, you know, if I want to go buy another AR that, you know, I'm gonna go purchase, that should be my right, because I'm a law-abiding citizen, never been in handcuffs, never been in jail. You know, like you can do a background. I live in the state of California, which is that they have a 10-day hold on any firearm you purchase anywhere you go. Which I think that should be across the board. I mean, 100%. I think that it's ridiculous.
You know what's happening right now, because so I am not the insane leftist or whatever. Like I am in certain instances, because I'm like way
and I'm not
far
the insane
left.
rightist, I promise that.
But see, and when we talk about like when we talk about common sense gun reform, like I know that it's a give and take. Like I understand that, because people are like intimately tied to their firearms, and so like making changes are going to be hard, and so it is a give and take. It's going to be a dance, and it's going to be a negotiation and understanding. So like there's certain things that I advocate for, but I also like I honestly, if we could pass like universal background checks and safe storage laws, I'll take it. That's a fucking win, right? If you just say that everybody has to have a background check and everyone has to be able to properly store their weapons, like that's a fucking win for everybody.
And I think there's also something extra that we could actually throw in there as a community, as American people, to if you are going to go in, like when I went and bought my firearm here in California, you said you're from South Carolina. Well, in California, you know, they make you take a test. Well, that test is just a common sense test of common sense, you know, safety. Well, I think that if you do want to purchase, say a AR-15 or something of bigger caliber that's more than just a handgun or even a shotgun, because the shotgun's the number one home defense weapon out there, that you should have to possibly take, say, even an 8-hour course on gun safety, right, to show that you're committed to being safe with your firearm. But you know, I mean, to get that across the board would be almost impossible for every state to get on board with that.
That's what I was about to say. Like, I love that idea. I've even had I do debates, right? But I also do like panel discussions. And the topic of my panel discussion like 2 weeks ago was firearm reform, right? And one of my good friends here on the app that often speaks about firearm reform, Brett Cross, he was my co-host for the week, and we talked about like not only you know, the issues and all this other stuff, but like how do we get like resolutions? And that was one of the things that came up is, you know, like an actual training. And while I would support that 100%, I think we would have a hard time getting something like that passed just due to like the regulation around you would truly be regulating something that would possibly infringe on the Second Amendment if you did that. And so a lot of people,
but at the same time, I mean, but at the same time, like a lot of the stuff that they want to do, if you really look at it and the way you read the law or the Second Amendment, infringes on the Second Amendment anyway, because if you just go by the way that it's read, you shouldn't be able to touch my firearms in any way, shape, or form. I should be able to have whatever firearm I want because it says I have the right to bear arms. It doesn't say that I have the right to bear arms with all these stipulations.
This point that I tried to make, and like I think we got like far away, right? Far away, and even like the last guy that I was talking to, Dan. The point that I'm trying to make is I quoted the poem in this video that I released, and the poem that I quoted was and then they came for me, and it talks about how it says, you know, they came for the socialists, and I was not a socialist, so I I didn't speak up. They came for the union leaders, but I was not a unionist, so I did not speak up. They came for the Jews, and I was not Jewish, so I did not speak up. And then they came for me, and there was no one to speak up for me. And the point, and I'm sorry, Chad, I know I kind of bastardized the poem. It's not bar for bar, but the point being is like, when you open that Pandora's box and you say, we're going to start limiting these people, specifically just these people, we get like, we're only going to infringe on their constitutional rights.
Right.
Then they're coming for everyone else's constitutional rights next. That's why, like, I'm so consistent about this. That's why when like Jimmy Fallon, when Jimmy Fallon got taken off the air due to pressure from the head of the FCC, I said, that's bad. That's bad because everyone's Second Amendment right is going to be infringed. When Charlie Kirk lost his life, I'm on the left. I'm openly and adamantly about like Charlie Kirk was a POS in my opinion. Like I interacted with him in real life. I didn't like him, whatever. But when you open up the door for that type of violence and you start talking about like influencers and people that actually debate and, you know, being out in the public eye, it was someone on the right this time, but it could be someone on the left. Like when you open up the door for those types of things, like it's bad for everybody. And that's the point that I was getting across.
Okay. That makes sense. I was just like, the way I was hearing it go back and forth just made me want to chime in a little bit, just because like, I know like you kept bringing up the mass shootings and the white man and,
well, that's because he was trying to be racist.
Yeah. And then
he was trying to get his racist talking points off.
You know, and it says like, you know, when it comes to gun violence, you know, and mass shootings are horrible. Not gonna, there's zero justification for that in any way, shape, or form. But there's also like, you know, we all know in major metropolitan cities, there's a ton of gang violence, like Chicago right now. And then right now we have, what you call it up in, what's that?
That's a misnomer.
What do you mean by that?
So people say stuff because it sounds good. Like just how the guy that I was just talking to, he was trying to talk about like black on black crime. And then he was trying to talk about like black men not being in the homes. It's a misnomer because when you take a look at the crime rate in Chicago, not only is the crime rate in Chicago it has been on a downward trend, but Chicago isn't even a top 10 city as far as crime in the U.S. Like violent crimes, shootings, they're not even top 10. It's a misnomer.
Okay, but even though they're not on top 10, I mean, we still have gun on gun violence, right? We still have that. That is a thing, right? So
but people don't talk about like Jackson, Mississippi. Or they don't talk about which city in Alabama. Like they don't talk about these other places. They specifically target Chicago, and they say they continue to invoke Chicago because a lot of people.
Well, it was a pretty heavy topic a couple of years back.
Say it again.
It was a pretty heavy topic a couple of years back about Chicago, and the crime down there was pretty bad years back. It's gotten better, I'm sure, but
yeah, it has.
It's just like LA. I mean, like,
but
you know,
but that's the thing. It's a misnomer overall because people would think that like crime is just so bad within the United States. Right. Looking at FBI statistics, crime has been trending down for like the last 10 years in the entire country. Right? But like people perpetuate these lies that's not true, and that's the problem.
Okay, so what about having something as far as like you say these mass unalivings and things like that, where you know they go in, but you're including the entire.
Even that was down. Technically,
which is
right
great.
now,
I mean, that's amazing, right?
it's not.
I mean,
It's
that's what
not
we
down
want.
it's not down by a lot, so we can we can't
Not,
really.
we're not celebrating
It's
it in
like
any way, shape, or
it's
form.
like
It should be zero.
It was like 33. We still could possibly end up with more by the end of the year, but like
Yeah.
year over year,
But
we were down by like 33.
But my point would be is like, so yeah, we could pick on individual cities. Like, I mean, I literally was in San Francisco and watched crime happen, not gun shooting or anything like that, but it was still crime, right? And you see, so we could pick on individual cities, but if you take the country as a whole, the same way we do mass shootings, you're going to see the gun violence for the entire country versus mass shooting is way higher, but we don't ever hear like the masses preach that gun violence the way we do mass shooting. Not saying, and I know it's because there's a lot of like the shootings that are going on in the cities and like these more heavier crime areas that stray bullets do catch kids. Stray bullets do catch family members. Stray bullets don't always hit their target, right? Not saying they should ever hit anything, but we don't talk about that stuff. We talk about the mass shooting, and it's like, why isn't the conversation always all together? Like, that's where I was kind of thrown off a little bit about the conversation earlier.
But you know what? Once you start to address like universal or common sense reform, it's a catch-all, right? Because I agree with you. Like firearm violence is an issue because even when the guy and we were talking, like I agree with like handguns are the biggest proponents of that.
Right.
But you know what? Even more than like crime towards other people, what handguns are used for? Self-harm.
Yeah.
Like overwhelmingly self-harm, right? So, but when you put regulations on, when you implement these type of regulations, it's a catch-all. And so even though we're not talking about those things, and we should be talking about those things now, it's more prevalent to say, this person showed up to this school and took the lives of innocent kids versus
of course,
this person
like that's gonna have a bigger impact.
This person sat at home and unalived himself.
Right. And we're more used to seeing on the news that, there's violent crime in bigger cities. We're used to that as a society. I mean, unfortunately, that's the nature of the beast is, there's always going to be some type of violent crime, whether it be guns or, knives or just somebody just getting, beat to death. I mean, look what happened on the subway, that poor girl. But so that's the thing is like, we're used to that kind of stuff. And it's only been in our faces so much recently because of the simple fact that everybody has a camera in their pocket. So now it's more and more prevalent, like, and it gets across the country. Like if you go back, 30 years ago when cell phones weren't a thing and cameras weren't in people's pockets, who's to say that this, I know it happened, but it probably didn't happen nowhere near as frequently. But
I disagree
the world
with that.
didn't know.
I push back on that. I tell people that all the time. Like the premise that like, oh, things are just so much worse now. Like, yes, things are bad. I agree, things are bad.
Oh yeah.
But like people say, well, back in my, like the guy that I was just talking to, he was like, well, it used to not happen or whatever. We used to have, handgun, or we used to have firearms in the back of our yeah. People used to like they didn't talk about it. You didn't see it.
That's what I mean. No, I'm saying it was
now.
there. I'm saying it was there. And I'm not saying I'm talking about more mass shooting type thing. I think obviously it's more mainstream now. And the more people do it, the more mainstream it gets. These sick individuals that have mental disabilities or they think that they're going to get famous or whatever the hell they're like, who knows what the hell they're thinking.
Hold on, let me push back on you for a second. The reason why I hate the premise as far as like saying, oh, it's a mental issue. It's because you bail people out when you do that.
Okay, I can agree with that.
You bail people out. And then also, like, if we're going to keep it really funky, it's only a mental issue when it's a white man. Like they when it's a black man, it's gang violence. When it's you know a Hispanic man or a immigrant, they're undocumented immigrants. When it's someone brown from the Middle East, it's a terrorist. But then when it's a white man, it's
There's
a
always a
mental
label
issue.
to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like that's
I mean,
the wild thing.
clearly though, it is. I mean, if you're going to go in and shoot up a school, or something like that, or going,
I agree. Like, in order for somebody to be able to do that, to take another person's life, in such a horrific way, like there's something, but
there has
it's
to be
such a
something,
cop
right?
out.
I mean, it is a cop out. I mean, because we're already giving the excuse of why they did it versus actually why they did it. I mean, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
But hey, I got to get going. Honestly, I appreciate the conversation.
No,
I
I
just wanted to
appreciate
get
you
on
coming
here.
up.
Much
And you
respect
didn't
for how
slur,
respectful you are.
so
No, absolutely not. No, I'm respectful, man. I got love for everybody until they give me a reason not to. And I love watching these things. You guys, you Parker, Dean, I think all you guys are doing great jobs as spreading information. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. Up until I started really getting into this, I was a little more far right than I am now. I think I got a lot more in common with
You know what? And I'll leave you with this before you go. I say this a million times over and over and over. We have more in common than we have apart. And like the effed up part about all of this is that as soon as we realize it's not left versus right, it's up versus down.
Right.
Like we could actually get some shit done.
Oh, 100. Oh, 100. And that's how I see it too. I mean, that's something I preach in this town. I live in a conservative town, and they literally, I'm on the Facebook pages and all they do, I have my own business, so I'm always on there like promoting and stuff. And they literally, all they do is battle each other. And I'm like, do you guys realize that we're all the same? We all bleed red, man. We're all people. Let's love each other. Let's come to some middle ground. Once we realize the government isn't 100% about us anyway, we'll figure out we got a lot more in common. It's the ones that just listen to the BS online and all the hatred and stuff and want to spread that hate. And I appreciate you not
some
spreading that
people are
hate.
just hateful though. Like some people are
They
actually
man.
just hateful.
They go to bed hateful and they wake up hateful, man.
I don't understand how people gang banging at breakfast. Like, you mad at cereal? Anyway, listen, I appreciate you coming up. Thank you.
All right, man. You have a good night, sir.
All right, you as well.
Bye.
All right, guys, we're going to keep going. Listen, if you are a Trump supporter, get in the box. We're looking for some debates. W's in the chat for Andrea, who sent a $5 donation saying, cool hat, LLY. I don't know what that means, LLY. What is LLY? I don't know what that means. But thank you so much for that $5 donation. You're absolutely too kind. And W's in the chat for Lee. Lee sent a $20 donation saying, good evening, Santana. I discovered your live through your joining with Dean and Parker. Love you, man, for speaking the truth to power. Love your patience and intelligence that you give MAGA cultists. Listen, thank you so much for that $20 donation. You're fucking awesome, Lee. I try to be patient. My wife told me stop crashing out so much. I'm not gonna hold you guys. If it wasn't for my wife, I'd be crashing out all the time. She told me to stop, so I had to stop. W's in the chat for love you. I love you. Oh, I love you too. ILE. Oh, okay, got it. But W's in the chat for the wife. She made me stop crashing out, so I stopped crashing out. W's in the chat for Super Cam or Kimmy, Super Kimmy Tony, who sent a $1.99 super chat to say, thank you for standing on business with that racist. Listen, come on now. You know how we do. Fucking locked in. W's in the chat for Daryl, who sent a $19.99 super chat to say, all the love lock let 100. All the love lock let 100. I don't know what that means, but thank you, Daryl, for the $19.99 super chat. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything is accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTubes and you like to support, you can send a super chat. Also, guys, this is the backup account. This is the backup account. We're going to be doing debates on this account. Go ahead and hit that follow button. If you look up at the top and it says follow, hit that follow button. We're on the backup account. Make sure you're following. Let's see here. Mercy, are you a Trump supporter?
I sure am.
Okay, Mercy. Listen. I'm here with an actual olive branch. I have an olive branch for you.
It's funny how you say "help us, Obama," and it's like, what has Obama done? What has Obama done for America? What has he done for the Black community? What has he done for, He was the worst president ever. Like
Barack Obama oversaw 82 straight months of consistent job growth. It is the longest streak of job growth in United States history. Barack Obama not only led us out of the Great Recession, but also turned around the housing market, the banking industry. Barack Obama put in place the actual regulations that restricted banks from being able to take your money and invest in it however they want to. Barack Obama also gave access to health care.
Let's be honest.
Over
Yes.
20 million Americans, and then more after that. Barack Obama has been one of the most successful presidents in United States history.
Let's be honest.
Sure. Can you negate anything that I just said, though?
His 8 years of presidency was a really dark time for America. There was so much division. America was going to decline. People didn't respect.
No. Don't shotgun.
Let me speak.
Mercy. No, don't shotgun.
I didn't interrupt you.
Don't shotgun.
I didn't interrupt you.
Tell me why. Tell me why you said that. You said that it was a time of division.
I look fondly back on the Bush that era more than
I hear you, but why was
Obama.
the time of Barack Obama was the time of division? Why?
Let's be real. What was a happier time? 2002, 2004, 2005 when Bush was president, or like when Obama was president? Was a really sad time for America.
Why?
And like the world didn't respect people didn't respect Obama.
Mercy,
President Obama was not respected.
I need you to answer that question. And it's actually a pretty simple question. Why? Why was it a dark time?
Because the racial division was really bad during his.
Yep.
America was so racially divided.
Why was America so racially divided?
Let's think of the Bush time. 2004.
No. Don't go back to the Bush time. I need you to tell me. No. Stick to where you are. Stick to where you are. Why was the country so racially divided when this black man was president?
Because it was. That was when America. Okay, I guess some white people didn't like him. However,
so wait. So you're telling me that the reason why the country was so racially divided when this black man was president is because the racists were mad. Is that what you're saying?
No, because he did a terrible job. You check the drones.
No. That's not what you just said. You literally just admitted.
He was
You
a
literally
Zionist.
just admitted. You
Him
literally
and
just
Hillary
admitted that the
Clinton
racists were mad
destroyed the Middle
that this
East.
black man. No, you can't pivot from that. You just admitted that the racists were mad when the black man was in office, and then you even admitted that before
white people voted for him.
before the black man was in office, when the white man was in office, that people weren't mad because the racists didn't have anything to be mad about the white man. But as soon as the black man got in office, they got mad about the black man. Now, I need you to tell me specifically, what did Barack Obama do wrong?
When Bush was president, America
what did
was
Barack
happy
Obama
place.
do wrong?
Obama did the drones. He took the drones. He did all the drones he sent to the Middle East and Africa.
He sent
and South
drones
Asia.
to the Middle East and Africa. What do you mean?
Have you Googled how many drones he sent to Africa, like Somalia and
Wait, are you
North
saying that he
Africa?
gave away drones?
He bombed so many nations, Muslim nations.
He didn't bomb Muslim nations. Yes.
Yes, you're clearly so ignorant.
Barack
you're
Obama
dumb.
Barack Obama was a president that actually did engage in drone strikes.
The
but he
most
was not,
drones was under the Obama administration.
That's not
Do you know
true.
that?
That's not true.
Yes,
It's
it was.
literally no. It
Let's
literally
fact check
is
that
not.
right now.
Pull it up.
Let's
Pull it
fact check
up.
that.
Pull it up. Fact check it right now. Also, how old are you?
I'm 31. Clearly, if I remember the Bush era, I'm old. So I'm 31.
Just for TikTok purposes, because I just got this in. What year were you born?
1994.
94. Okay, perfect. All right. While you're looking that up, I have a couple of thank yous that I have to go through. So go ahead and pull that out. Give me a second here. W's in the chat for Amy. Amy sent a $5 donation saying, supporting all my favorites this week, and you're one of the best. I love late nights and sparring. Thank you for all your knowledge. Amy, thank you so much for the $5. I really, really appreciate you so much. And listen, if you love late nights and you love sparring, don't forget about Brunch with My Creator.
Anyways,
chat.
I don't look
Hold on
back
one second.
on
Hold on one second. Hold on one
the
second.
Bush,
Hey, hold on one
Obama
second.
era.
Hold on one second. Hold on one
fondly.
second. Hold on one second. Hey, chat. That's called a tease. Brunch with My Creator. W's in the chat for Amy, and fucking massive W's in the chat for Susan, who sent $100 donation saying my favorite late night live. Susan, you are so fucking kind. That is crazy. Thank you so much for that $100 donation. Guys, 1,000,000 W's in the chat for Susan. That is fucking awesome. Thank you so much for that $100 donation. And also W's in the chat for Joel. What up, Joel? Who sent a $5 super chat to say, compared to Bush starting a full-fledged war and invasion with boots on the ground. Hello, hello. Joel, we do not give them the answers before. We walk them into the answers, Joel. We don't give them the answers. We walk them into them. W's in the chat for Joel. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you
America
do so.
was
Cash App, PayPal,
united.
Venmo, all the pay
America
links
was
and the link
united
tree in the
during the
bio.
Bush
Santana
era.
speaks for you. Santana speaks for you. It's the best way to support the live. Everything is accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on the tube, you can send a super chat. And guys, this is the backup account. Make sure you hit that follow button. If you see follow at the top, you're not following this account, hit the follow button, turn on the notifications, because we're going to be on this this account for a couple of days. All right, so guys, we have this amazing feature for my subscribers, and the feature is called Tag Me In. And with Tag Me In, if I am debating and you're a subscriber and you have to be in the Discord, all you have to do is use the go in the Discord and say Tag Me In, and you actually get to come up and help me debate for 5 minutes. Well, Joanna just used her Tag Me In, and so therefore, Mercy, you're no longer debating with me. You got to go one-on-one with Joanna. That being said, hey, Joanna.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Exhausted. We had a city council meeting that ran way too long, but now I'm real energized. I'm real invigorated right now because all the foolishness that I've heard makes me want to crash out, and this is sparring, so I might a little bit, but yeah, I'm good.
You can definitely crash out in Mercury, not Mercy. I'm sorry, Mercury. Joanna, the floor is yours. It's your world. I'm here for support.
So Mercury, I'm just trying to figure out, you keep talking about how united the country was and how the Bush years were so fantastic, and
Yes,
you said
it
that you were
was.
31, so
It was
you should
very
remember
had a good
some of
time.
it, right?
Hey, Mercury.
It absolutely
Mercury
wasn't.
Mercury, you can't speak while Joanna's speaking and hear her at the same time. Please allow Joanna to actually speak.
During the Obama,
Mercury,
it was
hey,
very dark.
Mercury, now you're speaking while I'm speaking.
Sorry,
Shushies.
go ahead.
One at a time. Go ahead, Joanna.
I'm just trying to figure out how exactly the years were better when we had the housing bubble bursting and lies that led us into wars that left an unknown number at this point of veterans with PTSD because of lies that were told about a war that we should have never been in. I'm trying to figure out how it is that times were better and we were so united when Black people were stranded, left to be treated like animals during Hurricane Katrina under Bush. There's a lot, but I'll just let you respond to those three. Oh,
Did he
Mercury
run?
left.
Not you getting hit the skedaddle. Really, Joanna?
Ruined
no
my
way.
fun. I was ready to go in, and then just poof.
Ain't no way. I'm sorry. Well, we got a couple more people in the box. You wanna talk to anybody else?
Sure, I'll shenan, because just like you, if I shenan once, I'm definitely gonna shenan again.
I know that's fucking right. Listen. Okay. I don't know if this person is Trump supporter, but let's check. Ella, are you a Trump supporter?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do this.
No worries, friend. I didn't think you were. I appreciate you. All right, let's check with this person.
While Santana's bringing up another weirdo, I need y'all to tap the screen, please. Please, please. Like, I know y'all are enjoying sparring. This is the time you get to see people crash out because Mama Jones may not be watching. And this isn't late nights. So we should have been way past 200K. Y'all need to get those fingers flying. Y'all are doing y'all big one with the comments. I see y'all yapping in the chat and I love it. But you also need to be tapping and sharing the live.
Sorry about that. I had like, I don't know what the fuck. It's always like freaking like flying things. I don't know. Anyway, you scared them off. There were literally 2 other people in the box and they're all gone now. They're all gone.
Maybe I should leave so they can come back up.
Listen, we'll put your tag me in back in the reserve. We won't count this one because not you scaring them off. Yeah, they are scared. She scared them off. Literally scared them off.
I mean, you know, mediocre people are typically very intimidated by intelligent Black women, so that's not super.
Say it again for the people in the back.
It's hilarious. But alrighty, like I said, y'all make sure that y'all get these taps up. You see the pay link on the screen. If you want to donate, that would be a fantastic way of supporting the show and our good bro Santana. It's on the screen. If you're not following everywhere, you need to. If you miss something, holler at YouTube. If you're not subscribed over there, you should subscribe over there as well. Send a super chat and he'll read it out as long as it's not too ridiculous. Some ridiculousness is accepted and we will read that, but not all of it. Keep it cute. Every donation is appreciated and accepted. $1, $2, absolutely everything is accepted and appreciated. Send it up, run it up. Let's get these likes up. Let's get these shares up. If you're not subscribed, do that. If you're not following this page, because he says the backup, make sure that you're following this too so you can get it every time. You can get these notifications every time this page goes live and all the other ones.
Wait.
Do all
Hold
the
on.
things. Y'all know
There is
what to do.
somebody. There is somebody. Sorry. I was looking at Hold on. I didn't realize you were there because your page is private. So I'm looking at you from my other page and it didn't show you in the box. All right. Sorry. What's your name? I think you and I talked before, right? 1776. You came in on the live the other night, right?
You didn't really let me talk, but
sure. What can I call you?
You call me I know it all.
Okay, sure. I'm gonna call you Bob. Bob, Joanna, did you want to stay and talk to Bob?
Sure.
Can I make an opening statement?
No.
So
Bob.
it's whatever she wants to talk about?
Pretty much.
Because you know I'm about to go in on you, Santana, because you said a lot of misinformation just a minute ago.
Okay, whatever, Bob. Anyway, Bob.
Did Cash Patel give a real gun or was it a fake gun?
I need you to lock the
Was it a fake gun or was it a real gun, Santana?
Bob. Anyway, like I was
saying. Was
it
a fake 3D printed gun or was it a real gun? Why are you so scared to answer questions?
Hey, who's live?
How many homicides did Chicago?
Bob, are you confused? Bob, are you confused how this works? Is this your first time on a TikTok live?
I'm just trying to get you.
Yeah, I hear you. Who's the host? Hey, who's the host?
Why do you always run?
Who's the host?
I'll talk to Joanna about
answer the question. Who's Bob? Bob Shushies. The only answer I need is who's the host.
Let's get this going. Come on.
Who's the host, Bob?
TikTok.
Okay, Bob, you don't get to speak until you actually answer the question. I need to know.
You're the host. You're the host on TikTok.
Good boy. All right.
Okay, there you go.
With that being said, Bob, this is your chance. I would like to know, are you willing to engage in a conversation around the 25th? Because I think that Donald Trump, it's time for the 25th. And I have multiple reasons why I say that. Can we both agree, Bob, that it's time to implement the 25th to get Donald Trump out of office.
Under what premise?
Yeah, sure. Multiple things. Right now, you can talk about the actual government shutdown. Donald Trump himself said that the government shutdown is owned by whatever president's in office, like his words, not mine. You can talk about the way that he is implementing all the hateful ICE raids and the fact that literally they're attacking American citizens now. You can talk about the massive drops in jobs. There were 32,000 jobs that were lost in the month of September. Job numbers are in the toilet. You can even talk about the fact that we're in a constitutional crisis in multiple ways because Donald Trump keeps violating the Constitution. But the reason why I'm calling for the 25th Amendment is something that I saw today that was massively alarming. Yes, you can talk about Donald Trump's health, the fact that he is the oldest president going into a term for presidency, the fact that he actually has a medical issue on record, like the actual blood flow through his veins. But I'm questioning his cognitive ability. And I would think that people that, you know, for some reason went after Joe Biden and literally stood on top of a mountain and screamed that he couldn't do it. When you guys hear the stuff that's coming out of Donald Trump's mouth, most recently talking about how he wrote a letter to Osama bin Laden a year ago, or wrote a letter about Osama bin Laden a year ago, I think we can all agree that it's time for him to go. Right, Bob?
Well, if he's declining like you say he is, and like there's actual like medical evidence that he is, of course, yeah. If you're not fit to lead the president spot, you shouldn't be president. That's in any case. And let me just say, just offset on the premise, like if Donald Trump violates the law, if Donald Trump violates the Constitution, just like any other president, just like when Joe Biden violated the Constitution, I think that he should have gotten impeached for that. The 25th Amendment should have been applied to him. And I don't sit here, I'm not going to sit here and act like Donald Trump is my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Donald Trump is a human being. He's not perfect. But I'm just saying, like, even though I support some of his policies, I'm obviously going to disagree with some of his policies. I'm not going to sit there and align every single thing he does like it's not wrong or something that he, you know, every single president does something wrong. Do you agree with the fact that Joe Biden sat there and he tried to have people who went to a public school meeting and he tried to label parents domestic tease for speaking out against critical race theory when that's their First Amendment right? That did happen. I'm pretty sure you wouldn't agree with that.
Who's teaching CRT?
These schools that they were talking to at these school board meetings. Do you deny that schools?
No, they weren't.
That's what I was literally about to say. You got it, Joanna.
Okay, so the FBI just made up this form saying that people who were speaking out at parent teacher conferences and parent board meetings, the FBI was just making this is an actual document, right? So you can't deny it. You can sit there and say you don't agree with it, but I actually want to get to the actual.
I would like for you to slow down for half a second because Joanna's waiting for you to stop yapping so she can respond. And you're
so
being
you were just
because,
talking to me. You were just talking to me. You didn't say anything about Joanna.
Yeah,
you were
because
just talking
Joanna,
to me.
Bob,
and you were just asking me a question.
Bob,
so
you talk a lot, bud. Slow down. So Joanna's up here because Joanna's using her tag me in. That's a benefit of my subscribers. Before you even started speaking, I said, hey, Joanna, do you want to stay up here while we talk to this person? And Joanna said yes. So this is literally Joanna's juke joint at this moment. I just laid the groundwork for the conversation. And when Joanna made the decision to step in, this became Joanna's world. And I'm just sitting back and riding shotgun. So with that being said, Joanna's leading the conversation. I might hop in depending on how I feel, but it's her tag me in. And Joanna has something to say. So, Joanna, the floor is yours.
I was just going to make the point that there's no reason for any parents to speak to any school boards, K through 12, about critical race theory because it's not taught there.
Yep.
Like, I'm not sure what exactly they had an issue with, but it couldn't have been critical race theory because it's not taught there unless they went to speak to a college school board, which would be weird. But weirder things have happened, especially with the Mom for Liberty psychos. So what school was teaching critical race theory, Bob?
All right. So real quick, Chicago had over 603 homicides, right?
Hey,
You were talking
stick
about
to what
No,
what
'cause you
Joanna
guys
just
are
said.
sitting here trying to pivot from.
Bob, you brought this up. This was literally your point. You literally brought up the actual fact that Joe Biden wrote a letter and it came to deal
No,
with
it
like
was the
CRT.
FBI director. You can go look
Okay,
it up. It's
yeah,
factual.
okay.
I'm not
Stop,
making it up.
stop
Look
it,
it up.
stop it,
Look it
and
up.
address what
I'm not
Joanna
doing
just
your
said.
research for you.
Bob,
This is
yeah, I already got it up. I need you to address what Joanna just said.
have it up.
I
Pull it up.
literally
Then.
have
Pull
it
it up
Bob,
on the screen.
Bob,
Pull it up on the screen, and it'll end
Bob,
this conversation.
you're being so emotional right now. I need you to address what Joanna said. Address what Joanna said. Stop running. You're literally running. Address what Joanna said. Now he doesn't know how to come off mute. Now he has no idea. There we go.
Dude, I'm waiting to get her to sit here and talk about something.
No, she had a question
already
for
asked
you,
you a
and you need to
question,
answer the
genius.
question.
Did you forget the question, friend?
He wasn't listening. He wasn't listening, and he's too much of a baby to admit that he wasn't listening, so he doesn't know the question. That's what it is.
Okay, so Education and Workforce Chairman Tim Wahlberg published an article by John Murawski, December 21st, 2021. Some high schools are already teaching lessons in units on CRT, where students write papers demonstrating their faculty with applying the theory, while other schools are introducing CRT concepts, such as systematic racism, white privilege, microaggressions, implicit bias, and intersectionality. So that's just one example of somebody that has literally wrote a paper on it. So can we move on to more important issues like your misinformation that you spew, Santana?
That's actually has to be an important issue to you because you're the one that brought it up, Bob. First of all. Second of all, you still didn't answer my question. But you still didn't answer my question. No, you didn't.
Okay.
You didn't.
He didn't.
What
Also,
school
let's just
is teaching critical race
Now it's like,
theory?
you show me the exact school. So you want me to just do all y'all's research for you? Like,
no, Bob,
y'all-
because you make
Santana, you're supposed-
Bob, the way that it works is you just made a claim. You made an erroneous claim, and Joanna said, hey, can you cite your source? You pulled up an article that talks about how some schools are already quote unquote teaching CRT. Like you didn't actually answer the question. Joanna's question was, what schools K through 12 are teaching CRT? You can take your time and go look it up. Now, while you take your time to go look that up, I want to fact check the misinformation that Bob gave out. So what Bob was actually talking about, it was not Joe Biden actually stepping in. It was not the FBI director stepping in. What it was the National School Board Association. That was a letter that was sent in September of 2021. And Joe Biden requested that the actual federal law enforcement investigation to address threats and acts of violence against school officials. That's what this all boils down to. Joe Biden directly said, hey, these people that were involved in these school board meetings, they are threatening violence, and he wanted them to go check that out. That was the issue that people had with Joe Biden. That was the overall issue where, following the letter from the NSBA, Attorney General Merrick Garland issued a memo directing the FBI to address the rising threat against school officials.
I'm glad
where
you
the
said that,
controversy
Santana.
came
So
from.
do you agree with that? Those people are domestic teas.
Stop pivoting.
Are they?
Stop pivoting.
No, because you just
Bob.
trapped yourself.
That was
a trap that I.
You're not.
That's why exactly why Trump's
what's funny when you're like the most incompetent person thinks they're the smartest person.
Incompetent because you.
Anyway, so what he said was a lie.
Hit that mute button.
Like, yeah, because again, you're literally crashing out, bud. What he said was a lie.
One more thing?
So,
Can I say
sure,
one more
no.
thing?
Can you stop talking while I finish my sentence? You still haven't answered Joanna's question. So we don't want to hear anything until we don't want to hear anything from you, Bob, until you can answer Joanna's question. Now, with that being said, he lied. Bob openly lied. Bob openly lied. And since Bob openly lied, we know that you openly lied. Openly lied. Anyway, with that being said, I need you to answer Joanna's question. Also, I'm going to send you an invite to turn on your camera. I want to see you crashing out. Like, if you're going to be such a little, crash out, do it on camera. Turn on your camera, Bob.
In New Jersey, Hillsborough Township School District.
Yeah, I don't care about that. Turn on your camera, Bob. See, like, this is the thing about you weirdos. You guys do all of this while you're hiding behind, like, your fake profile picture and all this other stuff. Come on camera and crash out. Nope. You don't get to talk until you turn your camera on. Turn on your camera, Bob. I'm going to send you another request. You're so brave. Turn on your camera, Bob. Bob he's opting out of a conversation now. Why won't you turn on your camera, Bob? Mr. I know everything. Oh,
Bob, you got it.
Oh, like that. It's the weirdest thing. They go across different TikTok lives and they say all the weird stuff and they crash. Sure. You don't get to talk until you turn your camera on. Either turn your camera on or directly answer Joanna's question. I don't care which one, but you have to do one. Yeah. Oh, okay. So you're going to answer Joanna's question directly. Cool. I'm not going to mute you anymore. Answer Joanna's question. If you don't answer the question, you will be muted and I will send you an invite to turn your camera on. Go.
In New Jersey, Hillsborough Township District Schools has a course called Race in the United States, which explicitly includes key CRT content. In California, within Coachella Valley Unified School District, there is an ethnic studies course that reportedly teaches students about the theoretical foundations of critical race theory. Also in Vermont, the Essex Westford School District has equity policy based on the tenets of CRT. In Missouri, Kansas City public schools reportedly use curricula that incorporate critical race theory. Do I need to keep going, or do you guys want to move on now that you guys don't know what you're talking about?
Yeah,
You don't need to keep going, but what I can say is that
Isn't your 5 minutes
you
up?
were still wrong. None of those people. How about you mind your business, friend? How about you worry about the fact that you thought that John Hancock wrote the Constitution? How about you worry about that?
What happened?
And what I can
that's literally what happened. Brett already texted me about it. I was going to go to next.
Do you know he got a domestic abuse charge?
Go ahead and finish your point, Joanna.
Do you know he got a domestic abuse charge against?
Go ahead, Joanna.
And what I was going to do,
For
since
that.
you apparently can't immediately answer questions directly, I was going to do my boy Santana a favor and answer the question that you asked him.
Took off running.
You asked him if he thought that, oh man, dang it, why do they keep...
Just another skedaddle. I sent him another invite to turn on his camera. He ran.
They keep skedaddling. That makes me sad.
They will not turn on those cameras to save their lives. When they can hide behind like the veil, like they'll say whatever that's on their mind, of whatever's on their chest, but when you tell them to put a face on it, they get like so scared, terrified.
He probably doesn't want us to see the mold that's grown on the back wall of his mom's basement, which I'm sure he was screaming out of as he was up here on this live, which is understandable. Bob, you could have just, stood by a window and turned it on. It's fine. We I would say we listen and we don't judge, but I'm absolutely gonna judge your clown ass. Yeah, it's weird. They're so weird. They're so weird.
Yeah, and also just an FYI, as far as teaching critical race theory as a curriculum, there's no K through 12 school in the country that teaches critical race theory as a curriculum. And he tried to skate past it and say that they have incorporated elements of critical race theory, which is true. That part is true. Certain courses have taken information and implemented stuff in, like discussions around racism, equity and diversity, and centralism. I don't know what that is, but overall, there hasn't been any actual schools that specifically have instituted it through their K through 12 when it comes to CRT. Now, he even named the high school in Washington. And it's saying here, like literally people have been trying to use that as an example. That's not true. It's not CRT that's taught. It said the one report from 2024 is a false claim. So even the school that he tried to cite, that's a false claim.
And I mean, even all of the information that he was saying was being taught. I'm like, all right, so they're teaching American history and a little bit of sociology, because at this point, the impacts of racism on every system in this country, yeah, that's literally American history. Figuring out how it relates to us currently with all those impacts is a bit of sociology. I'll be delighted to see high schools that were teaching more of that. Actually, I wish the high school that I went to taught that, but that's a whole nother story. We need people to learn American history. We need people to learn history, period, and civics and government. So they should be teaching it. If more people were actually taught that on a mandatory basis in school, maybe they would be able to understand what fascism looks like, and we wouldn't be in the hell that we're in
Hold
now.
on.
I'm trying not to crash out.
Hold on. I got it. Don't worry about it. Don't even worry about it, Joanna.
We're in the middle of a hostile government takeover. Oh,
hey.
Talk about it, but I'll be late for work. And if you say, wait a minute, do we have to stop?
I'm gonna have to stop right there because I don't want the YouTubes to get, whatever. So, but yeah, we're in the middle of a hostile government takeover.
1,000,000%. And they're not gonna care until it touches them directly. Like, I've been seeing it more and more. So, side note, I'm an old person now. So I had my 20-year high school reunion a couple of weeks ago. And as a lot of y'all know, I live in Arkansas. There's a lot of farming here. I have classmates who have inherited farms from their family. One in particular owns a farm that has been in his family for 49, almost 50 years. It'll be 50 years next year. Who's having to file bankruptcy because they're not getting the money that he usually gets, although he voted for Trump because he was delighted when he heard the USAID was getting cut and didn't realize that a lot of the...
Wait, Joanna, hold on. Give me a second. So you know how your old buddy Santana likes to make videos, right?
Almost everything that could go wrong for Arkansas farmers did go wrong this year. And it's so bad that many are facing bankruptcy or even the closure of farms that have been passed down for generations.
Literally, I clipped that because I was getting ready. I got it because I'm going to make a video about that. Literally.
Yeah, like, it's crazy. And they were full-throated in their support for that man. And I told them what was going to happen, just like Kamala told them what was going to happen. And when Elon and Doge came along and started cutting things, he was delighted. One of my other classmates who farms was delighted. And I was like, this isn't good for you. And I'm going to let you figure that out in the next couple of months. Not realizing, the aid, the humanitarian aid, the food that we send to other countries that don't have food and are in the middle of famines and are very food insecure. That's how a lot of y'all's crops get sold. Stupid. So yes, now that that's gone, there's nowhere for you to take that. No one's going to buy it. And the homeboy that y'all just voted for bailed out a whole nother country that also sells soybeans. And guess who bought those soybeans? China, who hasn't bought any of ours.
Fucking turned around and straight flipped it. Yeah.
He was very sad. And everybody was like, Joanna, please don't come up and be on your bullshit. And I was like, I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm an angel. And as soon as I saw him, he spoke. And, the regular class pleasantries. How are you? How are your kids? Blah, blah, blah. And he was like, well, yeah, I'm not doing that great. I'm, filling out this bankruptcy paperwork. I was like, yeah, well, that's what happens when you vote for a fascist and you don't listen to intelligent black women who try to warn you beforehand because you're racist and you don't want to admit it to yourself.
Yeah.
And he had tears in his eyes, and they were like, that was mean. I was like, I don't care. I do not care. I'm not
We
going
do
to
not
coddle
care.
you. I'm not going to be nice to you. I'm not going to hold your hand with the napkin in between or otherwise. I'm going to drag you. I'm not Michelle. I do not go high when you go low. You go low, I'm going to meet you right there in the valley because you should have listened. And now look at you, broke.
Yep. Yep. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Joanna. Like it's like we told these people. We told them. They didn't want to listen. So like, FAFO. Like that's what we're really doing. And I'm not gonna let up, and I'm not gonna stop reminding people. So they're gonna take this ass whooping whether they want to or not. So
Period. Foot on necks, belts to asses.
belts to ass.
Because all of this could have been avoided if y'all wouldn't have been playing around in your racism and trying to own the libs and people doing protest votes and all of this other foolishness. All of us warned you and you didn't listen. And now you're reaping what you've sown because you thought it was going to happen to other people. And it's right in your lap. Enjoy.
Yep.
Yeah, at this point, they're either stupid or they are so evil that the joy that they get from seeing an immigrant or a person of color suffer.
Wait, friend, hold on for a second. Are you a Trump supporter?
Of course not.
Oh, okay. I apologize. You were saying?
At this point, the only people left that are supporting.
Oh, man.
I think they thought we were hanging out.
Probably. I'll drop down so they won't think that and some more Trump supporters can come up here because they really do seem to be terrified. And I get why. I can be a little extra at times, but typically on TikTok, I keep it real cute, especially when I'm on your platform because I know how TikTok likes to plays with taking your accounts down, and we don't want that to happen.
They be playing in my face.
So, they do. I hate that for you. But yep, you can kick me. And like I said, I appreciate y'all getting these taps up. We should be at 250, so keep that up. Love the comments. I haven't heard Santana say thank you in a while for a super chat. He hasn't read anything off in a bit. I haven't heard him say thank you for a dono in a minute.
One super chat. I'm gonna have to read that off in just a second here.
Awesome. Y'all get that going. Get the taps up some more. Get these shares up. We're at 141. Let's get these shares up to 200. Maybe we can get some more Trump supporters in here that aren't terrified and actually want to have a conversation. Maybe they'll actually be a little smart, but that's probably wishful thinking on my part because we know that they're not that intelligent. Otherwise, they wouldn't be supporting Trump, especially at this point. But yeah, you can kick me, friend. Thank you for letting me come up for a bit.
Thank you. Have a good one. W's in chat for Joanna. We love Joanna. We do. Also, W's in the chat for Matthew. Matthew sent a $5 super chat to say, Santana, my son crosses this month. What? Just wanted to know if I could wear blue to the probate. Of course you could. Go mob. Go ahead and wear it. You're not wearing Nelia. You're not wearing Nelia. You can definitely wear blue. Tell him I said, welcome to the fraternal order. That's a proud moment. Crossing those burning sands. W's in the chat for Matthew. Matthew, thank you for the 5. I really appreciate you. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTubes, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, make sure you hit that follow button. Hit that follow button. This is the backup account. We're going to be on the backup account for a little while. So make sure that you're following this account. Turn on your notifications. Send your daily heart me. Turn on the notifications so you know when I go live because I'm going to be squabbling up on the backup account. Make sure you follow it. Last but not least, if you're a Trump supporter, get in the box. Trump supporters, get in the box. Someone said, what does it take to implement the 25th Amendment? And maybe I need to do a breakdown video of that as well, but I'll keep it super simple. There's 2 different ways to implement the 25th Amendment. One way is voluntary, which I know Trump isn't going to go out voluntary. Like he can leave or, he can, kick the bucket. But then also the other way is through the vice president and a preponderance of his cabinet, meaning that the vice president would have to get sign off from multiple people within the president's cabinet to actually remove the president under the 25th Amendment due to a credible reason. And again, I think his cognitive health is a credible reason. I don't have access to his medical records. I'm not a doctor. I can't specifically speak on that. But the things that he has been saying is super worrying. So there's that. Really worrying. Now, I did see someone as well in the chat say Vance isn't any better. He's not. He's not. I've been saying, I said this before the election, and I'm going to chat, I'm going to keep it funky with you. If I don't do nothing else, I'm going to keep it funky with you. I said this before the election. I'm more worried about JD Vance than I am Donald Trump. I'm more worried about JD Vance than I am Donald Trump. And if you don't know why, then you don't really know what's happening. Now, Donald Trump is a racist, a sexist, a classist, a fascist. He is a blithering idiot. He is a buffoon. He is someone who, he's the absolute epitome of mediocrity. He's a Nepo baby. He's entitled. He's self-centered. He's stupid. He's belligerent. He gives all the worst people the green flag to be the worst version of themselves. He's impractical. He's erratic. He's all those things. He's also a little hard to gauge. And he's a bit of a wild card, even to the people that call him a friend or people that's actually using him. But then you have JD Vance. JD Vance, first of all, his name isn't even JD Vance. That's literally he's legally changed his name. That's not his name. JD Vance is someone who has rewrote his history from his hillbillyology upbringing to his time in Silicon Valley. What are your thoughts about MAGA losing some of the power of Trump goals? Yeah, only Trump's the Pied Piper. No one else is controlling the MAGA cult. Like that's the, okay, so let me finish that thought. JD Vance is literally bought and sold by Peter Thiel. If you don't know who Peter Thiel is a part of the PayPal mafia, along with Elon Musk and a couple of other super rich billionaires. And RTP did like a really great breakdown about like the PayPal mafia. I didn't necessarily know who the PayPal mafia was until RPT did the breakdown. And then I started like digging to find out more about it, but it's a whole thing. But he's bought and sold by Peter Thiel. JD Vance is a chameleon. JD Vance is literally someone that will do and say anything that he's told to do or say. He's dangerous because he has no real loyalty and he's not his own man. Trump isn't necessarily his own man either, but Trump has a tendency to go rogue. JD Vance will fall in line each and every time. And so the stuff that they're looking to implement, JD Vance will do it with no issues. I remember before the election, there was like this meme that came out, and it was Donald Trump on one side, and it was like a curse word, and it was just big and bold and loud and like, ah. And then JD Vance was on the other side, and it was a curse word, and it was the same thing, and it was like in cursive, and it looked really smooth and sleek and whatever. And the point being is that both of them are saying the same bullshit. It's just JD Vance is saying it in cursive. That's the problem. Think about them. Think about the amount of people that say, I hate Donald Trump's rhetoric. I hate the way that I hate the stuff that he's saying. I like what he does, but I hate the stuff that he's saying. Now, while JD Vance has a tendency to stick his foot in his mouth, you're not going to have to worry about him saying the same wild shit all the time that Trump says. That's the problem. Because a lot of people, this is something that I was told one time, and this is such a great thing to remember. A lot of people don't remember what you did for them, but they remember how you make them feel. They don't remember the things, but they remember how they felt. That's why when Trump supporters come on and say, well, life was so much better in 2016, that was Obama. But life was so much better when Trump was in office. They remember the quote unquote economic freedom, but they don't remember the million people that lost their lives during COVID. They don't remember Donald Trump throwing paper towels at Puerto Ricans after the hurricane. They don't remember Donald Trump literally trying to rewrite a map with a Sharpie. They don't remember Donald Trump staring at the sun during an eclipse. They don't remember the things, but they remember that, well, I had more money in my bank account and Trump was president, so obviously Trump put more money in my bank account because he was the president. So if JD Vance gets put into place, he's not going to say the things that would make them feel so bad about the hateful things that they're doing. JD Vance won't talk about immigrants poisoning the blood of America. Stephen Miller will, but Stephen Miller's a fucking ghoul. He's a white nationalist. He's a ghoul. But JD Vance won't necessarily say those words. And we all know that Trump supporters, if nothing else, they're super sensitive about words. Trump supporters care more about being called a racist or a sexist than they actually care about being those things. Trump supporters remind me of, what was the Clippers owner's name? Darn it, what was his name? Not Steve Ballmer, the one before Steve Ballmer. The old Clippers owner. What was his name? Donald Sterling. Yes, Donald Sterling. I remember, you guys remember when that video came out? Not video, but the audio came out of Donald Sterling when he was talking to the lady that he was with, and he was talking about Magic Johnson. And he was like, I can't believe you're hanging around these black people and you're taking pictures with them and all this other stuff. He said, I don't care if you have relations, coitus, the horizontal poker. I don't care if you actually, quote unquote, do them, but don't take pictures with them. Don't be seen in public with them. That's what Donald Sterling said. And that's what Donald Sterling was more so worried about, the image, not about the thing. So Trump supporters care more about being called a racist or a sexist than they actually care about being a racist or a sexist. That's the point. So if JD Vance can make them feel good, then they'll be okay with it. If JD Vance can make them feel good, they'll be okay with it. So that's why JD Vance is more dangerous. Now, what I will say is, though, because someone brought that up, JD Vance is not the Pied Piper. JD Vance is not someone that we will have to say, oh, he's going to carry this MAGA movement for the next 8 years. No matter how Trump supporters try to pretend that JD Vance is this or that, he's not. He doesn't have charisma. He doesn't have anything. JD Vance doesn't have anything special about him. He doesn't have it. So he's not going to be able to control the MAGA cult. JD Vance doesn't move the needle. I don't think JD Vance will ever be elected president. I'm not saying that he'll never be president. You're right, Allison. That's another reason why JD Vance will never be elected president, for two reasons. One, he doesn't have it. People wouldn't vote for him. And number two, the Republican Party will never let him be president because of his wife. The Republican Party will never let him be president because of his wife. That's the truth. If you guys have never seen JD Vance's wife, go look up JD Vance's wife and you'll see exactly why I say that. If you've never seen his wife, go look her up and you'll know exactly why I said that. And I'm not saying there's anything, well, there is something wrong with his wife. I mean, she's JD Vance's wife, but it's the Republican Party that won't allow it. So there's that. W's in the chat for Alexia, who sent a $5 donation saying, I think we're going to have a Civil War rematch. God damn, not a Civil War rematch. Maybe. W's in the chat for Mad, who sent a $20 donation say, I used to do research for the Wisconsin farms and went to the grower conference during the first Trump administration. Visibly angry at how Trump's policies were destroying them. Farmers knew what they voted for, but feared Harris' presidency more. Yes. W's in the chat for Joel, who sent a $5 super chat to say, Vance will do 100 times worse stuff than Trump with only a fraction of it being stuff you're aware of unless you're looking hard. Completely agree. W's in the chat from Mark, who sent a $4.99 super chat to say, the one source for CRT in New Jersey school was Defending Education / PDE. PDE opposes teaching racism and it's tied to the Croach Network. Love you, Parker and Dean. I love you too. Thank you so much, Mark. I appreciate that super chat, guys. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all the pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Best way to support the live. Everything's accepted and things appreciated. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, hit the follow button. Hit the follow button. Speaking specifically about the farmers, I'm gonna get off my soapbox, but I do want to talk about the farmers for a second. I've said this a million times, and I know I've said this a million times, and I know you guys are probably tired of hearing me say this. But this country was founded on racism, sexism, and classism. Racism, sexism, and classism is as American as apple pie. It's woven into the fabric of our country because it's woven into the United States Constitution. The Constitution was written for white men that own land. If you were not a white man that owned land, you didn't have rights under the Constitution. Everyone else had to be given rights after that through amendments. I'm sorry, not amendments. Through God dang it, not amendments. Articles. They had to be given the rights. And with that being said, the patriarchal system was in jeopardy with this past election. It was amendments. It's fucking late. I'm sleepy. What was I saying? The patriarchal system was in jeopardy because this black woman was in line to take the highest seat, the highest level of authority in the United States. And white men said no. White men showed up and voted for Donald Trump at a higher clip than any other president in U.S. history. Let that sink in. There's never been a time where more white men came together in United States history and said, we're going to vote for this one person. That was to protect the patriarchal system and their seat, their position at the top of the patriarchal system. And you know what's so funny about that? Those same white men who voted against Kamala Harris to protect their non-existent seat at the table are now crying and praying that someone saves them from Donald Trump. And to be very clear, I'm not being hyperbolic when I say they're crying and praying that someone saves them from Trump. I'm not being hyperbolic. They're literally crying and praying that someone saves them from Donald Trump. The video that I started to play earlier with Joanna, this is the last couple of seconds of that video. Hold on.
Almost everything that
funding file bankruptcy.
until the federal government steps in to save them, farmers had no one to turn to but God.
and it's only my opinion. They're closer to me than anyone else on this earth because we deal with your earth every day. Dear Lord, we're hurting you, Lord. We can't help what's happened to us.
So I don't know if you guys heard that. That was them praying. They were literally praying. And at the end, they said, "Help us, Lord. We can't help what happened to us." They said, "We can't help what happened to us. You did it to yourself, bud. You literally voted to hurt yourself." Under Donald Trump's first administration, hundreds of legacy farmers had to sell their farms to the big farms because of Donald Trump trade war. Because Donald Trump started a trade war with China his first term. And again, guys, that's why I go back to people tend to have revisionist history. They don't remember the things. They remember how you make them feel. And when these white men in Arkansas went into the voter booth, they didn't remember that so many other farmers like them lost their farms under Donald Trump's first administration. They just remembered that black woman that stood across from Donald Trump made them feel inferior. And that's all that mattered. That's why I talk about the fifis in their tum-tum. They didn't care about the facts. They cared about their feelings. And they voted with their feelings. And now they're literally praying to God that someone saves them from the consequences of their own actions. That's what happened. But that's a story for another day. That's a story for another day. I got more on that, but maybe I'll put it in the video. W's in the chat for Joel. Joel sent a $10 super chat to say, I found out today the Trump Bible only has the first 10 amendments, amendments to the Constitution in it, which is wild when you consider which ones were left out intentionally. All the rights for everyone else. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Not only does the Trump Bible have amendments taken out, but they also have Bible, like actual chapters of the Bible taken out as well. Are you surprised? I'm not. W's in the chat for Joel. Guys, if you're not following the YouTube, follow the YouTube. Santana Speaks. Santana Speaks. I'm going to be posting some long form content over there. I'm going to post some tomorrow specifically. I'm going to be breaking down the 14 tenets of fascism and how Donald Trump actually meets all 14 tenets of fascism. So definitely follow. Like it's gonna be a really great breakdown. I'm also gonna do a MAGA debates tutorial. I'm gonna break down all the MAGA talking points and the way they try to debate, and I'll give examples and I'll tell you how you shut them down. If anybody's interested in actually debating MAGA for some weird reason, if you guys are masochists like me and you actually want to learn how to debate a MAGA, I'm gonna make a tutorial. So make sure you're following the YouTubes. I'm going to get out of here because I need a nap. I think it's time for me to go night-night. I think it's time to go night-night, chat. You ever go night-night, chat? Everybody go night-night, chat. I think it's time for me to go night-night. I'm going to get out of here. But I'll be back tomorrow. I'm going to get some sleep. Are you guys going to bed? Anybody else going to bed? I'm trying. Everybody go get some sleep. We got shit to do tomorrow. No? Yes, you are. You better go to bed. Not yet. Yeah, go get in the bed. It's still, yeah, I know it's 9:33 p.m. on the West Coast. Yeah, I know. Still, whatever. Everybody go night night. There's a lot of people live right now. Like a shit ton of people. Go pick somebody, pick everybody, and Santana raid everybody. Like literally, just every single live you can go to right now. Go to every single one of them and spam Santana raid. I know that's what I do. I go into, you guys know my main is in the gulag at the moment. I like to go into people lives and be like, free Santana on my main, knowing that I can't come up. And they be like, Santana, we don't see you in the box. And I was like, oh, y'all don't want to let me up because I'm black. Got it. Straight clocked it. The only reason you're not letting me up is because I'm black. That's exactly what I do. One last call, guys. Make sure you hit that follow button. This is the backup. We're going to be on this account for a couple more days. Let's get out of here.
You stepped in a box. Now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here. You better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in chain. One wrong word, you slapped out your name.
Hey guys, it was a heck of a night. Listen, I'm gonna be back, and I'm not gonna I'm putting my foot on Trump supporters' necks, right? Because like literally, I need them to give me the answer to this. Like they have to agree that it's time for the 25th Amendment. I'm going to force them to actually engage with this, because there's no way that you're going to tell me that Trump isn't. It's time for him to go. Just like it's time for me to go, guys. Thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for all the gifts, the likes, the taps, the shares. Thank you for being amazing. I love you all. I do. I love each and every one of you. Go to bed. Or if you don't go to bed, go Santana raid everyone chat. I love you all. Seriously. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I love you all. And like Harry said,